Hello, my friends. Happy Thursday. We're calling it Thematic Thursday because never before has it been more absolute apparent to me that we are watching a movie, and some movies are better than others. Let's face it, and no question about that. And we are watching a really, really shitty movie. But when you think about it, oh my God, how badly do we need this movie? Because there are some people that they were living in the real world, and they are. Hi, Harry. Yes, X22 is a great source of information. Folks, if you're, I can't tell you how many people tell me I listen to you and X22, the two Daves, and I'm like, you know what? I consider that an honor because I think Dave does some phenomenal work, and I also get a lot of X22 and you and we know LT at and we know, and I know I've been telling you guys about them. Certainly this audience, I've been telling you about X22 and we know since I started, because I watched them before I started this Truthcast, and I vetted them a long time ago. So LT and I both love Peruvian coffee, so we got that going for us. But I've never met them. I look forward to meeting them someday, and maybe even doing a show together at some point. But if you're over there, tell them I said hi, and I've sent a lot of people over to them, and so thank you for mentioning that. But anyway, back to the movie, my friends. There were a lot of people that were going through the world as we know it. I'm a little hot. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm a little hot. I want to tone that down. Excuse me. Okay. When my system audio is not working, I've got to pump that up. When my system audio isn't working, I've got to pump that up a little bit. But hopefully the system audio will be on tonight, and we should be good to go. Now I'm looking a little low. What the heck did I do there? Hold on. Okay, here we go. I'll make this work. My friends, welcome to live television. I'm gonna have to do a little of that. Take it away from me a little bit. But still looking a little hot, but I'm taking the mic away from me a little bit. So, my friends, this is a show like no other. We have been exposed. Excuse me. Cheers, everybody. By the way, let's check our coats. There are coming in about 800 people in the room, but they'll know to check their coats. But I want to get that out of the way because the stuff I'm going to talk about right now, we need our coats checked for. So if you're new here, welcome. Please let us know that you're new. We'd love to say hello. You are in the Sned Shed, and you're with a bunch of beautiful human beings, very awake, very discerning human beings that aren't out there looking for new intel, aren't out there looking for what's going to happen tomorrow, but are definitely looking to make sense of what's happening around us, and are looking to differentiate between speculation and fact. And we deal in fact here on the show about what's going on, and the speculative part is trying to piece the puzzle together in a way that we can figure it out. And if you look at all the broadcasters out there, I don't think you're going to find too many that have nailed it. like I have and like Todd has on this Truthcast. Multiple examples of that over 860, 70 shows. So you're in a great space. And so just like if you're going out to the theater or you're going out to a nice meal, you want to, and you're coming in out of the cold night air of a very cold winter night, and you've got a big heavy coat on. You're not going to wear that the whole night. Too cumbersome. You're sitting next to somebody. So what we do is we imagine that our indoctrination and our preconceived notions and our unconscious bias is wrapped up in that coat. And when we walk into this theater, we're going to take off our coat. We're going to check it at the coat check. We're going to grab a claim ticket. It's safe at the coat check. You can grab it at any time. We're going to grab a claim ticket. We're going to come on in. We're going to grab a snack, grab a drink, grab our favorite person, our favorite pet, our favorite you, and come on in. Cheers, everybody. Happy Thursday. It is December 9th, my friends. Many people are getting very excited about the season of Christmas. Many have already experienced and gone through Hanukkah, and so it's that season though of December that is just so fabulous, and I'm getting very festive and wanting to just hunker down at home and play games and be with my family, and I know many of you are as well. But it also brings us to a very unique space and time when we try to get together with our family and our friends, and but we know that they are on completely opposite sides. Shoot, I gotta tone this down. Hold on. Unless I do it here. Let me see if I can do it here. Let me see if that does not help me. Hold on. Sorry, folks. This is gonna have to do. Okay. All right. Let's see if that's any better. Sorry if that was a little hot, folks. And so we find ourselves in a situation where we got to be with friends, we got to be with family that may not be on the same page as us regarding the COVID, regarding the jab, so forth and so on. And so we got to be really aware of that. But the reason, think about this, and I ask you to just consider this, and I know we've all thought about it. But as we're considering this, and as we think about how easily much of humanity, I'm not going to say most, was coerced into taking this jab, was convinced to take this jab, that were just blindly, oh, there's a vaccine. Okay, yeah, let me call. I'm going to get ahead. You got this whole competitive nature, certainly in the U.S. and many other parts of the country, right? Where we got to get the first seat in the theater. We got to get the front row, at the Pantages. We're fighting for which private school am I going to get into? And I'm going to get my kids in this private school because that's the one that leads to the ivy covered walls, right? And so we have this competitive nature that has been instilled in us. But in order to create that false paradigm, this competitive nature, and I call it a false paradigm, because in order to buy into this, you must create an illusion of lack. That I got to get it before somebody else does because it might not be there, right? Now, that's created in all kinds of situations, right? Like, for example, if you only, 7K with the medals, right? They only created 1,177 of a particular coin. The new coin of the USS Arizona, which is absolutely beautiful, right? Created by Miles Standish for 7K, one of the top 10 pneumatists in the world in the past 60 years. This woman that's on the back of this, she was the one that actually christened the USS Arizona, right? So they create only a certain amount of these. Now, this is an intentional creation of lack, if you will, so that only so many can be bought, so that the value will increase because it's a collector's item. Okay, but that is all well and good because it's a hobby, it's an investment, it's this and that, right? The reason that Bitcoin and these currencies, these digital currencies, are valuable, they're worth absolutely nothing. But because they're finite and there's only a finite amount of them, and they've been sold to us as currency and can be used to buy things, now they have value, right? But you can't use them like gold and silver if the shit hits the fan, or if the electronic currency, the digital currencies are a thing of the past. Now, so there's this illusion of lack that the population must buy into in order to have this, I got to get the jab first, and because there's only going to be so many, and I'm going to tell my friends I was the first on to do it. So there's this whole section of the human population that are so bought into the Rockefeller created allopathic medicine paradigm that they don't even question it. We have a whole generation before us, the greatest generation, that grew up not even questioning our doctors, not even needing to go get a second opinion, because our doctor's word is gospel. If he says I've got this, or if he says I need this, that I'm going to do it. And we have a whole generation that's been brought up in this, and how and why. All you have to do is look at the indoctrination. Look at the news. Look at the television shows, the doctors that save lives, the House, the Doogie Howser MD, the Chicago stuff, the New York hospitals, the ER that ran forever. What's the other one? The funny one or whatever. I literally saw one episode of it. It was like a soap opera, right? But these doctors are portrayed as these incredible people. Didn't Alec Baldwin even play a doctor where he was like God? But I didn't even see that movie with Demi Moore, I think. And she said, "You think you're God?" He says, "I know I'm God," or something like that, right? I remember that from the trailer. And so this whole indoctrination was to indoctrinate us into trusting our doctors and our nurses implicitly. That social conditioning has put us in a place today where even if all the paradigms of testing and longevity and proof and science and why are we doing this and all of that has just been tossed out the window with this percentage of the population. All thought, all common sense, intuitive and true left brain analytical logical thinking was just tossed out the window. And it replaced with our fear, right brain, our emotion about our doctor. Oh, he knows this, and he helped me through this situation, and he birthed my child, and he did, whatever. And all this conditioning that the doctors know best. And when you consider that this started with Rockefeller starting to give donations to hospitals and universities because he had killed his own people, and Ivy, who was his PR guy, told him, we got to get you writing checks to some of these places, and we got to get video and pictures of it and news articles about it. And of course, Hearst is going to help out with that, right? And so he did it, but he didn't want to do it without having control of how that money was spent or where it was spent, and he saw a great opportunity. And so he took this opportunity, and he created the ADA, the AMA, and the AMA was the only body that could tell you were a doctor. And they set these parameters. You got to go to the med school. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to do this. And it all was based on the pharmacological model. And it was all based on the fact that they needed to set folks, I can set the rules of a game and win every time. Because I can set the rules of the game to benefit me. And that's what Rockefeller did. And so all of these doctors, all these nurses, they grow up and they get indoctrinated into this Rockefeller model, and then we come along and we are being programmed to think that they are the cat's meow, that they are the creme de la creme. So look at the population of the human race that, got my jab. Got my jab, got a tattoo, got a sticker, got to post it on Facebook. Oh, we got our second one. We got to get our second one. Oh, I got my second one yesterday. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get my booster next week. Yeah. Oh, you don't have your appointment yet for the booster? You got to get your appointment for the booster. Oh, yeah, you got to go get that. No, there's no common sense. There's no analytical thinking of all the athletes that are dropping dead. All the children that are now showing up with myocarditis and pericarditis, and all these diseases that children should never ever have. These something I just posted today on Paul Michael's Facebook, where you have these funeral home director who is talking about the increased cases of death and how they're dying of stroke and heart and blood disorders. Why? What's different? Okay? And now these people may learn, but they're going to learn too late, and many of them never learn at all. And Q said 3 to 5% of the population will never see it. Will never wake up to it, right? And so we find ourselves in a very, very unique situation in human history. But here's the thing. This system that I just described, how else would it crumble? Because I keep asking myself, if this is a movie and white hats are in control, why are people dying? Why are the white hats allowing people to die? And it comes back to the precipice, that only at the precipice will humanity push back, engage, participate. Why are we if the white hats are in control, why are we allowing them to teach CRT in schools? Why are we allowing them to teach 11 genders in schools? Why are the white hats allowing all this? If the patriots are in control, why are they allowing hundreds of thousands of illegals to come into our country that could disturb our country? If the white hats are in control, why are they allowing people to be freed from prison only to go out and commit crimes again? White hats are in control. Why are they allowing them to do no cash bail, just get out of jail right after they commit a crime, thus increasing the amount of crime that's happening? If white hats are in control, why aren't they doing something about the fraudulent election? Why are they letting so much time pass? If they're in control, why allow Afghanistan? Why allow 13 beautiful humans that were there fighting for our country to die? Why allow so many others to suffer? If they're in control, why allow false flags to continue shootings at high schools? And the only answer that I can keep coming back to, and I've shared with you many, many times, is that every time there is a tragedy of life, every time that there is an event that doesn't make any sense whatsoever, based on the things that are set up to allow those things to happen, I ask myself, how many people woke up today? January 6th, Mary, if white hats are in control, why are we allowing these people to rot away in this jail with horrible conditions? Why? If we had been saved from all of this, we would have gone right back to it. Because we would have looked externally to Q, to Trump, to the autists and the Anons and the patriots, which we are, but I'm talking about the military and the military action. So we would have relied upon somebody else. We would have continued to think about this. If this all went down 2 years ago, or it went down a year ago even, how many people would still blindly trust Western medicine and their doctor and their nurses and their hospitals and their universities? How many would still trust their media, their news? How many would still trust their congressmen, their congresswomen? How many would trust the electoral system, the election system? If this was fixed for us and we didn't have to engage in this process, we would have been given something we didn't earn. And every time out of human nature, a human is given something they didn't earn, they haven't appreciated it. No pain, no gain, Digital Hawk, absolutely. Many of us didn't trust the Dems, yeah. But we trust the Republicans? What? See, when I woke up 15 years ago, I was a Republican. Many of you think, well, Dave, you're a Republican now. No, I'm Trump. Okay? I'm not a Republican. I'm Trump. I'm not Republican red. I'm Trump red. I'm 1776 red. Okay? I am the red of the blood that was spilled to create this country and liberate us from a king, a tyrannical monarch that has devastated this planet beyond initial recognition. Talk to any people, any indigenous populations around the world about the monarch, the British monarch, and they'll tell you. Then the U.S. in modern day has not been much better. Okay, ask the Middle East, ask all the people that were harmed by the overreach of the U.S. empire, not the 1776 United States here, but the 1871 United States of America, the corporation that was again taken over by Britain, by the Rothschilds, and then again in 1913 with the Federal Reserve Act by the Rothschild banking system. So this whole system that we find ourselves in now must, excuse me, that is the, thank you. Our whole system must collapse. But things don't collapse on their own. We have to bring them down. This is how I'm doing it. This is how we are doing it. The volume's a little too low. Let me go a little bit closer and see. The volume was too high if I went up one step. How is the volume, everybody? The Sned phone, Dan. How is the volume? Is it all right? Right? Sheila, yeah, that's a good point, Dave. I trusted the Republicans I voted for, and they proved how crooked they are. I'm over it now, but I was shocked when they didn't do anything about the stolen election, the Patriots being imprisoned under false charges. Exactly, Sheila. So when I awoke, too low, I'm getting some too low, fine, good here. Loud and clear, good volume. John, are you able to turn it up just a little bit, my friend? I don't want you guys too low, but I also don't want to be too hot. For some reason, let me do this. Let me just get a little close. Okay, volume is good for Jay, and his TV's at 17. Let me scoot up a little bit. There we go. All right, we're going to make this work. All right, so this is something, like I said, when I woke and I was Republican, I couldn't just go over to the Democrats, right? Like Bush, because I found out about the Bushes. I found out about their family history, and I found out how corrupt they were and how they were involved in the Third Reich, and now they were bringing us into the Fourth Reich. And so I didn't jump over to the Democrats because I knew the Clintons and I knew all about them, and I knew that they were corrupt as well. So what I had to do was come up here and look at both and not allow myself to be defined by red or blue, Republican or Democrat, jackass or elephant. So I had to come up here and look down on it all and realize that it was all a control mechanism for society. Because if you get these people fighting against these people, the blacks against the whites, the Jews against the Muslims, the Christians against the Muslims, the men against the women, the confusion of the gender, the different socioeconomic levels against each other, right? You get the population fighting amongst themselves, and they never gather together and look up and realize that the enemy is not each other. The enemy are those who put us into these societal conditioning mechanisms so that we fight against each other and instead of against our masters. And when I say masters, I mean masters, because we are slaves. We work 4 or 5 months out of the year, and our income goes to our masters. Okay? We have to go get a driver's license, we pay our masters. We get a parking ticket, a driving ticket, we pay our masters. We get this, we get that, we property tax, we pay our masters. Now, is some of that money going towards infrastructure, schools, et cetera, et cetera? Yes, but it's all being mismanaged horribly. And all you have to do is see what your money is going towards to know that it's being mismanaged and it's being used for nefarious reasons. And so that's why we've got to suck the system dry. We've got to pull money away from these doctors that are not educating us on the dangers of these jabs, that are not educating themselves on the dangers, that are not recusing themselves from certain situations because of their financial investment in those situations. So it's not about Republican or Democrat, folks, even though, maybe some of the more of the Republicans and Democrats, and the Democrats have just lost their fucking way. No question about it. They're just, they're going off they've gone off the socialist deep end because they're trying to appeal to the younger crowd that's coming out of college, a third thinking socialism is still a good thing because the schools have taught them nothing about socialism, none of the dangers, none of the just like a jab should come with a warning label of side effects, socialism should come with a warning label of side effects and a proven historical, empirical, evidential record of those side effects. Russia, Cambodia, Germany, Turkey, China, all of them. The genocide of humanity in the 20th century. And here we are right now, and literally one of the stories I'm going to cover tonight is how Bennett in Israel was going to quarantine only the unvaccinated. Like putting the Jews in the ghettos, separating the Jews from the rest of Germany, and then eventually sending them off to camps, which we're seeing in Australia, and we're seeing here in the United States, which will never work because they haven't taken our guns like they have in Australia. If we don't learn from history's mistakes, we are condemned to repeat those mistakes. And yet, we find ourselves in situations where humanity is still has their head so far up their ass that they are rushing to get a product from convicted felons that have proven time and time again, Pfizer, J&J, Moderna hasn't been in the game long. They've only been in the game 10 years. So they haven't proven anything. They haven't proven themselves good or bad. Now they're proving themselves bad. J&J, a felon who literally put asbestos in their baby powder. You take your beautiful little child and you change their diaper and you sprinkle this baby powder full of asbestos on your child, and we wonder why we have cancers at the rate we do. And we're rushing to get products from these companies, and the company knew they were doing this. And yet we bend over backwards and we rush to these companies to have them stick a needle in our arm and inject us with something that they haven't even told us what it is. And they haven't even told us about the trials and what happened in the trials. And not only that, but they're not going to release that information for 75 years. Especially since the first 1,200 pages that they did release showed devastating consequences, death from this particular product. And we rush into it blindly. And yet our frustration with our neighbors and our fellow man and our family is so severe because they trust these felons more than they trust their family members. They trust this paradigm created by one of the worst human beings on the planet, John David Rockefeller, who literally killed his own workers when they struck for more money. So our frustration grows and it mounts because of the absolute frustration that they would trust a stranger over somebody that loves them. And not only trust a stranger, but trust a stranger that has proven multiple times on a mass scale that they are not to be trusted. This indoctrination, this control of humanity had to be inserted into each one of our lives in such a severe and definitive manner that we have no choice but to say, wait a minute. What's really going on here? Let me step back. This is crazy. This is crazy. Let me take a step back from this and pull my emotion out of it. Let me shift out of fear over to my left brain where I can analytically think 2 + 2 = 4. 4 × 8 = 32. But these things don't add up. These two don't belong together. These things are all off. Let me look at it analytically. Let me pull my emotion out of this so I can actually think about these things. This indoctrination had to be inserted into our lives in order to disrupt our lives. How many people every summer, hey, let's do fantasy baseball, and I'm going to take care of all the stats, and I'm going to go down through all the stats, and I'm going to pick my players, I'm going to draft my players, and I'm going to beat my friends, and we're going to have some fun, we're going to have some beers, and we're going to talk about it. I think, you know what, that's great. Look at the interaction. My family does it. All the men in my family do it except me. And I love that. I love that they do that. But I just wish that people would understand that there are more important statistics than batting averages of some guy that doesn't know you, doesn't care about you, is a multimillionaire and has an arm that, from the gods and a swing from the same that can take it 300, 400 feet in the air. And while that's exciting and that can draw us out of the muck and give us some enjoyment, that's all great. But the depths at which we go into it, and this actress and this actor and who's dating who and who's doing this, and now football season's here and we've got that fantasy and we've got betting and we got We've got Sundays where we spend the entire day not with our family or with our family watching football or going to the bars and drinking, beer that comes out of aluminum kegs or aluminum cans. And we wonder why we got Alzheimer's 60 years later, 50 years later, 40 years later, with high levels of aluminum in them. And we're drinking like crazy from these aluminum cans and kegs. And all these things are happening. Then basketball season, hockey season happens, and then the next baseball season comes in. The cycle goes all over again, and it continuously. It is the bread and circus of ancient Rome. It is the titillation of Aldous Huxley described, the open sex, the open sexual relations with others. That is just it's so let me go jump over here and jump over here and jump over here without the understanding. And I've been there, by the way. I'm not pointing fingers. I've been there, but without the understanding of two souls coming together in such a way that makes beautiful music, and you engage with that other person in such an incredible way, and to bastardize that or to bring ill will and ill nature to something so beautiful is a main reason why people are so screwed up. Or the ones that are dating into their 30s and 40s are so screwed up by all this. But it's this whole bread and circus. It's this whole Huxley mentality that we were warned about, by the way. And Huxley knew about it because Huxley was in the Eton's Fabian Society at Eton College and taught Eric Blair, George Orwell. I've talked to you guys about this before, but it keeps coming back to the foundation of why we're where we are right now. Huxley told us that we were going to be titillated into subservience. Orwell said we were going to be forced and militarized and threatened into subservience. Little did we know that the two together, one or the other, if you're this one, if you're Orwell, you're going to have people that are going to fight back. And if you're here with Huxley, you're going to have people that are going to be like, no, this isn't cool. Like, this isn't a way we should be doing things. And if you do it together, you're going to get much of the mass population. And look where we are today as a result of those blueprints. That's why they knew how this was all going to turn out. They didn't have a crystal ball. They didn't have the yellow cube. They didn't have Project Looking Glass. They didn't even have Tesla until much later. Tesla was around before they wrote those books. Orwell wrote it in 1948. I think Huxley was close by there. Because people say, oh, he wrote 1984 because he reversed the 4 and the 8 of 1948. No. He called it 1984 because it was the 100-year anniversary of the Fabian Society, which was founded in 1884 by George Bernard Shaw and others at Eton College, which is the Yale, the Harvard of England. All your prime ministers, all your world leaders, all your bankers, they're all coming through Eton College. They're all coming through the Fabian Society that is going to spread socialism throughout the world and leave a well-strewn pathway to communism. And they did it, didn't they? They did it. In all those situations I just mentioned earlier, they did it. They succeeded. And they're succeeding in the one country, unlike all the others that fought to gain independence from this paradigm, from this caste system, from this monarchy, where you can't grow up to be a king. You can't grow up to be worth millions and billions because you are a serf and you're in this strata and you're here and you're here and way up there. And it's a pyramid scheme. But now we're in a financial and a capitalist pyramid scheme that was designed to keep us at the bottom of the pyramid now. And that is why I'm involved in some of these companies to introduce you to a way in which we can reverse that and get out from under this pyramid. And certainly the mentality that we need to enter into these situations. My friends, I come to you tonight after many, many years and many nights and many days of searching for answers, searching for solutions to the problems that we find ourselves in now, having predicted much of what we're seeing, having been mentored without even their knowledge by people like G. Edward Griffin and William Cooper and Jordan Maxwell, and he knew it, George Carlin. He said, if you're going to talk bad about the cabal, or however he called it, he says, you better make it funny. You better make it jokey, because they'll kill you if you don't. And I never took that advice, even though I know our show is funny a lot of the time. We have a lot of fun here. But I don't fear that. But I come to you tonight, like many nights, passionate about what's happening, passionate about the ability for you and me to change our stars and change the path of humanity forever. Forever, to be able to change and shift this world in a direction that I know we can do so much better. But there's so much awakening. The first principle, the Great Awakening, absolutely. Yeah, rest in peace, George Carlin. He tried to warn us. He did. He tried to warn us. But I caught a quote today that I want to share with you. And it was from the least likely of places. I've been watching a little bit of The Blacklist. And so this morning while I was having my coffee, I caught the end of one that I caught after the show last night. Or not the show, but after my family went to bed. And because I did just the 7K call last night. By the way, the 7K call was great, guys. If you were there, you know it. And if you're not, would you please come? Join us on 7K, because we're doing amazing things, but we're not doing it with 17 people, okay, which is what we had on last night. We'd like to do it with 70. We have over 300 in our group, and it's an opportunity to come together. I talk. We talk about stuff, and it's a great Zoom call. It's very intimate, but please find a way to make it to those events. And so, but in finishing this show today, the quote was from the main character, which is played by James Spader. And the reason why I like this is because it shows a lot of the stuff that I'm railing against, a lot of the stuff that I'm aware of and have been aware of for quite some time. And the main female character is Elizabeth Keene, and she is dying. And she says, I'm worried about my daughter. She had just given birth. And he said, it's the children that the world almost breaks that grow up to save it. And I put this in my post today, and I know that many of us are broken right now. We've lost friends, we've lost family. We have family that are having cancer because of the jab. We've got, things that are happening that are dividing us from those things that we love. Our local coffee shops or our local restaurants have closed. We're not interacting like we once did with fellow human beings. We've been separated. We've been divided. We've been under a tyrannical rule, under medical tyranny. And many of us were broken even before that happened. Relationships, loss of loved ones. We are those children. And we can change this planet. We can change this planet. And if you have any doubt about that, about how powerful you are, and how powerful we are when we come together in a moment like this with 1,600 beautiful humans, just logging on, listening, watching, talking, interacting. 1,600 discerning free thinkers in this theater right now. And I've said this before, we don't have the biggest audience, but I tell you, we have the most discerning audience, I believe, on the internet right now, today. And the most loyal. If you have any doubt about how powerful you are or how powerful we are as a unit, as one unit, look at all that they need to do to weaken us. Vaccines right out of the bat that cause autoimmune disease, asthma, allergies, weaken your immune system. They're trying to build up an immune system before your body has even developed an immune system. Do you know that? The aluminum in those, the mercury in those that they stopped putting in, but they just changed the name to thimerosal. Look at what's happening to the brains, the tics that these kids have, the ADD that these kids have, so then they put them on Ritalin. The formula, the soy formula, which is so bad for you, that turns you into soy boys. From the birth, the indoctrination starts. The water that you mix with your formula, or the water that you give your child, has fluoride in it, has chlorine in it. It dumbs us down. It makes us passive. The education system that doesn't educate but creates conformity, as per Charlotte Iserbyt in her Freedom of Information Act, which found out that through the Pennsylvania educational system, that the mission statement for the Department of Education was not to educate but to create conformity. The medication nation, vaccination nation, education nation, incarceration nation. If we don't like what you're doing, if you act out because of all these drugs and all this crap, we're going to incarcerate you from a young age, and we're going to keep you in the system. All these different areas of society in which they control us and they manipulate us is because without that, they would not be able to control us. Without the music that's constant music that is manipulating, with the plugging in different messages and so forth, and the news to bring us down and bring down our energy and bring down our vibration. Oh, 3 youths shot today on the south side, more at 10, all this just bombarding us. drip, drip, drip of the indoctrination, which is meant to weaken us, and now with medical tyranny is meant to cull us, meant to eliminate humans from this planet. And not only that, Planned Parenthood, taking the babies, but also meant right now to sterilize a whole generation, a whole population. If you have any doubt about how powerful you are, look at all the lengths that they have to go to weaken you. That alone should be your wake-up call to stand up and say, no more. I do not comply. I am going to go after you. I'm going to call my senators, my congressmen. I'm going to go after them. I'm going to form groups. We're going to go after them together. We're going to the school board. We're going to the city council. We're going to say no more. We're going to march. We're going to come together. We're going to keep our powder dry. We're going to have our guns. We're going to have our survival food. We're going to have our generators, because we are not going to allow ourselves to fall prey to the supplication of our leaders, of our government, because they are not to be trusted, and we will not allow ourselves to be dependent on them for anything. That is true sovereignty. Because if you get out and you talk a good game, but if the stores were closed tomorrow for the next 2 weeks and you don't have enough food to last you, that's on you. Don't tell me about money. Don't tell me I don't have to. Bullshit. Go get your shit together, because you cannot be dependent on those people that I'm discussing right now. Ever, 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 fucking ever again. This is not a fucking game we're playing in. That's why I can't stand it when we're talking about stupid shit on the internet that doesn't matter. Canada, right now, is trying to make it so that you can't even go into a supermarket and get food for your children and you without a vaccine. I showed Tuesday night the entire lecture of that fabulous man who was in Auschwitz and survived Auschwitz and told you and me what's happening now is what they did then. Slowly, slowly, slowly. They push, push, push. When they feel resistance, they pull back a little bit. But then they come back and push, push, push. Feel resistance, they pull back a little bit. Then they come back, push, push, push a little, and then pull back. And next thing you know, you're out of the picture. You and me are out of the picture. Because we've been conditioned. That's how powerful we are. And if you have any doubts, just look around you and how much they have to control you in order to control you. My friends, you can get your news anywhere. You can even do your own Q drops. I hope you're here for more than that. There's one thing I know for sure, and that is that there are many times in athletic endeavors that I've felt defeated. And I felt like I wanted to give up because I was sore, I was tired, I was hurting. And a teammate came along and said something to me that picked me up. He reminded me of my greatness. He reminded me of that I was better than the guy I was playing against. Or a coach reminded us as a team that we were better than what we were experiencing at the time. That we were divided, and that when we're together, we're undefeatable. We need to pick each other up when we're down. We need to understand that this is more than just information. And this is more than just trying to put pieces of the puzzle together. This is about connecting in such a way that we are inspired to be better human beings. Because they don't want us to be better human beings. Because they are jealous of our ability to be just that. Because they don't have any compassion. That was cremated through sexual, physical, emotional abuse, through ceremonies. They don't have any love in their heart because that was eradicated. They're like machines. They just go through their day. And maybe they have some love for their own children or what have you, but not like you and I. And they're jealous of that, which is why they're into transhumanism, which is why they're trying to control us with the graphene oxide in the jabs. That's what this is about. They're coming after us to control us even more, because when our minds wake up to this reality, they still want to be able to control us, and that's why they're putting these antennas in our body. Not just antennas that can communicate with a technology, with a 5G, with other technology, but also an antenna that can kill us because of what it does to our blood. That's how powerful we are. We just have to remind ourselves of that. Remind each other of that. And above all, show compassion for those who are still asleep at the wheel. Because there are people right now that are making grave sacrifices. The J6 group that are behind bars. People whose lives have been altered through the jab. People whose lives have been altered that lost loved ones to COVID and couldn't even say goodbye to them. There are people that have suffered greater than you and I. And it doesn't have to be a competition. But there just needs to be some recognition that we are here, and although we may be broken, it's those of us, it's the children that the world almost breaks that grow up to save it. All right, my friends. Didn't know I was going to get into all that tonight, to be honest with you. I was feeling a little deflated myself today, off and on. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Love you too. You know I love you. I'm here for this. I'm here for you. I'm here for us. I'm here for humanity. We've got a long way to go. Nuremberg Code. They know it exists. They've even in your EU tried to get rid of it. Never give up, patriots. No. All right. Making a stand for mankind. Yes, Bruce. 5 people in my household, and we all have COVID. King Fred the First. King Fred, I got to show you guys something right now. And I got to tell you, I just had a consultation with this man. Go to the IndoctriNATION.com, please. Let me get this off the screen here. Let me go to the IndoctriNATION.com, go to Hot Zone, go to Resource File, double click on that, And you got so many sources here. America's Frontline Doctors. This is all free, folks. This information is all free. You never have to pay me a dime. I thank all of you who have donated, who have gone to the donation page here, that have gotten involved in 7K, that have gotten involved in Purium, that have. By the way, Jasmine, I just said goodbye to her today. She's going back to the East Coast for good, and so it was a heartfelt goodbye with Jasmine, she's going to be with her father, and Jim and Jasmine create a phenomenal colloidal silver, a gold product, liquid gold, that you can take, and it does amazing. It's incredible, but you can find that in the marketplace. But if some of your orders are a little delayed, it's because she's been moving out of LA permanently, and she'll be back, I think tomorrow. Yeah, she flew out today. So she'll be back at it tomorrow. So she wanted me to share that, and she loves you all. And she's also given special deals during the holidays. So she's given like pet sprays, colloidal silver pet sprays, and so forth. So anyway, but if you scroll down, the reason I wanted to bring you to this, okay, is exemption forms, getting out of the jab. We link you to Doug Billings, who's got some great work here, some Sidney Powell, some legal things. But also there's a resource here, and I don't know if I'm going to find it easily, but it's a doctor, Dr. Pham, who I did a consultation with, $69. And based on our consultation, I'm going to have ivermectin delivered to me. And so if you are suffering from COVID, make sure, please, that you have. Okay. Let me see. I think is Dr. Pham on here? Christy, would you please make sure that Dr. Pham is on here? And it's here's some options right here. And I don't think Dr. Pham is on here, but you can do it. $69 for a consultation. I get nothing from this. This just goes to support a doctor who is not afraid of prescribing this, and so please check that out, because a lot of the pharmacies will not allow you to get ivermectin. So this is our resource file, folks. Please tap into this. This is fantastic. And our team has put this together, and we're just really, proud to be able to offer some solutions to some of the problems that we're running into right now. All right, my friends, let's get into the show notes. Thank you, Ruby Sky. Love you too. Thanks so much. And folks, is there anybody that can benefit from what I just said over the past hour? And if so, please just share it out. Okay. Yeah, Dana, I think that the censorship is coming back because they took our show Monday. They took it off YouTube. So I may have to be careful with my words. But yeah. So yeah, please share this out if you're inclined, if you're touched by it, because believe it or not, if you heard something that that helped you, imagine that those words possibly helping somebody else, right? Sean Nassar, Dave, I want what you're wearing in black, please. Go to the IndoctriNATION.shop. And these hoodies, my friends, most comfortable sweatshirts I've ever had. The IndoctriNATION.shop, and you'll see some specials there. Or you can go to the IndoctriNATION.com, and you can get you can click on the shop right here. And and Rob took that picture of me and made the holiday sale, put a hat on me. So That was an event that we did in Orange County. So holiday 15% off and some great gear, some great shirts. This is one of my faves, and I gotta wear that on the show. Any color you want in some of these folks. Let's go, Brandon. And then the hoodies. This is one of the fabulous, fabulous shirt where we go one, we go all with the Snedheads logo there. So yeah. All right, my friends. Let's. One of the things too is you can see on the show notes is the. I'm sorry, on the website is the show notes. You click here, Thematic Thursday, and you get into our show notes. So let me take you there right now. And thank you for all your comments. I'm going to check those out later. I appreciate all the love in the comments, and I appreciate you being here. 1,572 people here in the Sned Shed right now, folks. Oh, yes, Nancy, thank you. Here's Dr. Pham's information. Okay, if you need this for your family, and or you want to stock up on it in case of a bad case of the vid. Right, so there it is, so you can see a little bit easier. Okay, yes, thank you, Nancy, for that. And you can also obviously rewind this if you need to catch that number again. All right, so tonight, on the Indoctrination, tomorrow's headlines tonight, where the news unlocks a map. Durham not backing down. Meadows sues J6 committee. Ghislaine's photos hit the press, drops Deltas, decodes, and much more. I do not give her the respect of pronouncing her name correctly. That's intentional. Show contributors: Dan Cushing, Trump at 17, Jim Rice, Jen Davis, Betsy Jones, Scott Harley, Judy Harden, Greta Dice, Melissa Grzybowski. Thank you all for your contributions. Right now, I'd settle for $1.79 gallon gas and some mean tweets. Great little request for Santa. President Trump has been deleted off social media, and I will share his last one from today. Folks, I recommend you go to donaldtrump.com, where you can see his, let's call them tweets, because you can see what he's trying to reach out and talk to us about. He sends us to articles like China First, Biden link, CCP oil firm hits record production amidst Keystone Pipeline cancellation. That'll take you to the National Pulse. There's obvious corruption that we told you about with the Chinese state-run oil and gas company and the relationship that they have with the Bidens. And this has been, brought out. And Snedeker marketing company enjoyed nearly $1 billion investment from Hunter Biden's private equity firm BHR Partners. They have a 30% stake in Snedeker. Hunter reportedly still owns 10% stake in the BHR Partners, which owns 30% stake in Snedeker. And when you're talking about these companies, folks, it is huge. It is huge. Okay, the amount of money coming out of there. So you can dig into that a little bit more if you want. We're going to go to President Trump, and you can see all President Trump's statements. We're going to go to the one yesterday about Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell just folded on the debt ceiling, a total victory for the Democrats. Didn't use it to kill the $5 trillion deal, real number. Build Back, worse bill that will essentially change the fabric of our country forever. The Old Crow's 2-month extension, the Old Crow. I love that. He looks like an old crow. And the breakup of the bill into 2 parts gave the Democrats everything they needed. The Dems would have folded completely if Mitch properly played his hand, and if not, the debt ceiling scenario would be far less destructive than the bill that will get passed. He has all the cards to win, but not the guts to play them. Instead, he gives our country away, just like he did with the 2 Senate seats in Georgia and the presidency itself. The Old Crow is a disaster. There's an example. There's a Republican for you. There's a Republican for you. He didn't make any statements today that we know of, Donald Trump. Appeals court rejects Trump's effort to block White House records from sham January 6th committee. Okay, this is important. A federal appeals court on Thursday rejected President Trump's effort, executive privilege effort, which has been used since we've had presidents, to block the sham January 6th committee from accessing White House records. Now, obviously, this is a Gateway pundit. The Hoffs do a great job, and we point you in their direction quite a bit because this is excellent journalism. But Christina Layla is saying Trump's effort to block the sham January 6th committee is a little bit one-sided in the side of right, because we know it's a sham. So even though it sounds like, wow, it sounds like a really right-leaning, it is, publication when they say a sham, right? And then we have them saying it in this article. It just, I wish it was less that, so that it was more objective, right? But at any rate, I'm so grateful to them. Trump asserted executive privilege over hundreds of pages of documents, but Joe Biden said the records should be released to Congress. Trump is expected to file an emergency appeal with the U.S. Supreme Court, which, my prediction, he will win. Not because there are more conservatives on the court, because obviously they haven't showed up in ways that they could have. But, and he has 14 days to do this, right? But because this is constitutional law, this is constitutional law, executive privilege, right? So House lawyers argue the sham committee needs Trump's records to complete a thorough investigation. So, how about the records of the actual videotape that is being withheld from the public? Okay. That would be helpful in getting to the bottom of this. If they were really interested in getting to the bottom of this, that would be released as well. Quick story from Rena Ayers. I want to share this with you. Dave, back in the 1st of October, got COVID and pneumonia, had son to take me to Advent Health Hospital, had a temp of 103.8. Doctor came and asked if I vaccinated, told him no, didn't believe in vaccine. He went on to tell me people in New York are dying now because of refusing. Long story short, he sent me out with 2 Tylenol, nausea meds, said if your oxygen drops, get to the ER, no x-rays, no blood work, never laid hands on me, only took COVID test. Saturday ended up being taken to hospital by ambulance from Party Urgent Care because of oxygen dropped below 80. Admitted to Transylvania Hospital, there for 5 days, recovered, but took month to recover. Transylvania Hospital, did they take blood there? 5 days recovered, but took month to recover. Wow. All right. So the question is, Rena, did you do any ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine? I've been spouting hydroxychloroquine since the day that Zelenko released, Dr. Zelenko released his video. So the Sneds have known about this for a long time. And so, and Lisa says, have you ever noticed horses on ivermectin and they don't get cancer? So one thing to notice is that all these things are anti-parasitic. Okay. What is a parasite? But something that gets into your body, and feeds off your body and grows within your body. That's a parasite. Okay. Cancer feeds off your body. That's why a lot of people get into the keto diet, or they get off sugar, right, and grains, because grains turn into sugar in the body, so that they starve the cancer, because the cancer can't survive. Or they put the body into an alkaline environment, and cancer cannot survive in an alkaline environment. That was found The gentleman won the Nobel Prize in 31. If somebody wants to look that up and drop that, 1931, I believe, was when the man won the Nobel Prize for finding out that any disease, cannot survive, cannot live in an alkaline environment. And most of us have a very acidic environment in our body, right? By the way, you know what else creates acidity in our body? Not getting enough oxygen. Oxygen alkalizes our body. And so if we're not getting enough oxygen because we're wearing a mask, okay, and we're not getting enough exercise because we're inside all the time, because of all the COVID restrictions were keeping us from healing as well, right? And then Polytex, of course, then the two doctors that won the Nobel Prize for ivermectin. And at the time, they were being touted for what was called a river blindness. Isn't it interesting, my friends? This is why they won it because they cured river blindness I think in an African nation, okay, with ivermectin. Isn't it interesting that it cures blindness, and yet many people are too blind to see its effectiveness in getting us through this pandemic? So, remdesivir is a death knell. Yeah. So, Egypt, Julie, thank you. Yes, there was river blindness in Egypt. So, thank you, Pilot Mike. Appreciate that. So, and so there's a lot of home remedies, folks. Do your homework. I'm not a medical professional. Don't listen to me and listen and then just go do it. Okay? Anything I say, will you please do me the favor? Please do yourself the justice to go and research it for yourself, because I'll give you an example. Okay? If you listen to somebody tell you what to do, okay, don't listen to that one person. Go and talk to somebody else. Like, get it? You hear it from me, but then you also hear it from David Martin. You hear it from Sherry Tenpenny. You hear it from Mikovich. You hear it from all these different people, right? You hear it from Joe Rogan, right? Both influencers. Him much bigger than me, obviously, but you hear it from influencers that have a show. Go do your homework, please. Go find the research. For example, somebody just said about cancer. Lisa said horses don't get cancer. Well, guess what? It's the antiparasitic drugs are helping people through cancer. I've seen multiple studies on ivermectin and cancer. I'm not going to say it cures it. I'm not going to say that. But look at the studies. Look at PubMed. Okay? And also look at, there's one that gets through the blood-brain barrier for brain cancer. You can't take ivermectin for brain cancer. I'll tell you that right now, because that's fenbendazole. All right? And fenbendazole does not make it through the blood-brain barrier to get into your brain to possibly help your brain cancer. Only menbendazole gets through the blood-brain barrier. And if you look at PubMed and look up medbendazole, okay, medbendazole, then you can find that one breaks through the blood barrier, and they have a 25% success rate in this study that they've done, which is 23% better recovery rate than doing nothing at all. Yeah, Rick, ivermectin was invented in the late 60s. Satoshi Omura, a microbiologist at Tokyo's Kitasato Institute. Yes, and it took them till 2015 to get the Nobel Prize. They should have gotten it a lot sooner for its aid in helping people with malaria, in my opinion. The fact that they just got it in 2015 is they're way, way, way behind, right? And also, I'm also not saying don't trust your doctors. Just find the right doctors, okay? Right? And don't even trust them to the point where you can't question them or challenge them. Yeah. So let's see. Ophir, I live in Southern California. Our power was out for about 8 hours. I missed Dave's show. When? Tonight or last night? When was your power out? So yeah, do your homework, my friends. Medbendazole, I believe is the name. Let me see if I can pull that up. Medbendazole. Let me see. Here it is. Let me show you so you don't get the spelling wrong. Medbendazole. Medbendazole. It is an anthelmintic or anti-worm medication. It prevents newly hatched insect larvae worms from growing or multiplying in your body. It's used to treat infections caused by worms, such as whipworm, pinworm, roundworm, and hookworm. It is also used to treat infections caused by more than one of these worms at the same time. It may also be used for purposes not listed in this medication guide. Hint, hint, wink, wink. Know what I mean? You know? So, before taking this medication, that's why you got to look this stuff up. So, check these things out. I just found that on drugs.com. So just make sure that you're checking into this. So at any rate, very important stuff. And, but basically, back to the show notes, I wanted to, share with you that Trump's going to go in front of the Supreme Court, and I believe that he will be that executive privilege will be upheld. Let's see. This is. Let me see. Okay. This is something I haven't seen yet, folks. This is brand new. Her name is Renee James, okay? And chairman and CEO of Ampere Computing, a company she founded in 2017, which produces high-performance semiconductors for hyperscale cloud storage and edge computing. Also serves as an operating executive for the Carlyle Group. Carlyle Group, I've talked to you about the Carlyle Group before. The Carlyle Group was heavily influenced by the Bush, Poppy Bush, and George W. was a part of the Carlyle. I believe, what's his name? Vice President of Bush, Cheney, was part of Carlyle. But they are a private company and one of the largest private companies in the world, but very, very corrupt. Many, many ties to many corrupt people. So in a role with Carlyle, James evaluates new technology investments for the firm as well as advises portfolio companies on their strategic direction and operational efficiency. In 2016, she concluded her 28-year career with Intel, where she most recently served as president. She's a co-founder of chair of the National Security Telecommunications Advisory Committee to the President of the United States. She also serves as director of Citigroup. Sabre and Vodafone. So, also, who was the president of Carlyle was the new governor of Virginia, who said he was going to do some things, and now people are like, wait a minute, who's this guy? He's not coming through like he should, right? What's his name? What's the new governor of Virginia? He was the president of Carlyle, right? Now, Carlyle is something I haven't talked about much, but what was a Korean airliner? 470, I believe, was the number. Let me pull this up. What was a Korean flight that died? Glenn Youngkin. Yes, thank you. Thank you, guys. And by the way, yes, ivermectin, if you're taking something like the horse medication, also on our resource page, you can see how much you take per body weight. Okay, per body weight. Thank you guys for the Youngkin. Okay. Pam Hilton says pumpkin seeds work against parasites too. Awesome. Thank you, Pam. Hope your arm's better. And MH70, Susie, thank you. Is it MH70? Malaysian Airlines, Flight 370. I think this might have been it. Okay. Okay. This is it. All right. This plane went down. The research I did when this plane went down took me right back to the Carlyle Group, because there were some passengers on this plane that owned technology patents on really, really valuable technology patents on semiconductors, okay? And they were part of a company called Freescale. And their death, first of all, the patents were shared with the Carlyle Group, these scientists. Their patents were shared with the Carlyle Group. Once they died in this airline flight, the patent reverts to the Carlyle Group. Carlyle Group now gets 100% of that patent. Okay, so that flight sent me directly back to the Carlyle Group. Okay, she was mentioned. Okay, in Q Drop 303. There you go. December 8th, 2017, Renee J. James. Why is Q telling us to look at this woman who was the head of Carlyle Group, all about semiconductors, and, by the way, what's going on with the top semiconductor producer in the world, Taiwan, okay, and how China is saber-rattling against Taiwan to try to take back Taiwan, because China needs that market, okay? They need that market, all right? And going back into, she has connections to Oracle, Citigroup, the Carlyle Group, Ampere Computing, Heavy in the Cloud, Obama appointee. Talking Chip with Ampere Computing, CEO Renee James, okay? And by the way, folks, some of these people, they dress nice. They look great. She looks lovely. Might like to have a drink with her and hear some stories and, and have some laughs, right? But you can't judge a book by its cover. We got to go deeper. And not only, not judge the book by its cover, but we got to read the book. And not only read the book, but read the books that are associated with her. For example, you got to read the Carlyle book. You got to know about Carlyle. You got to know about the cloud computing. You got to know about some of these companies. You got to know that Q brings to our attention, Renee James. And let's see if Q goes even deeper in the. Let's go to 54 and 349. and just see if it takes us to anything of significance. Just off the bat, 349, this board is compromised, cannot enter trip code to verify authors. Trip code of 4 has been modified, God bless. This is more about the board and communication on the 8chan, 4chan at the time, I'm sorry. 54, for I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you hope in a future. We were just there 2 nights ago. But let me look at some other options here as well, and see where that takes us, and also 543. And again, many of these are dead ends. The Great Awakening, somebody just mentioned that earlier. We were talking about that. The Great Awakening, it takes us also to 27. 34, Q Clearance Patriot. This is great. Talk about a pep talk. This is basically Q giving us a pep talk about how this is going to go down over the course of the next several days, right? One of the things that I was hoping that it might bring us to, let me go to 27 just to see if that takes us to anything. Yeah, some of these are, folks, some of these are just, they don't take us anywhere because they're random, and I didn't start this dive tonight. Christy dropped that, or Barbara dropped that. Not everything can be publicly disclosed because so much ties back to foreign heads of state. Much will be revealed. We want transparency, but not at a cost we can't recover from. Right? Okay. Yeah. 11, 11:13. Let me try 11:13. That's a timestamp. Normally, Todd and I would go through something like this, and we wouldn't bring it to you because it didn't really take us anywhere of significance. UK German 5 days crumb empire today. Did Anons ever figure out what Q meant with a baby on the floor, hands and mouth? The start was this Syria false flag. Finally, chemicals learn our comms. So this is somewhat significant because I was talking about how they get us from birth, right? With the vaccines, with the soy, trying to talk us out of breastfeeding. By the way, that was a huge thing, right? When Western medicine and the big agriculture got together and said, hey, let's try to convince people to not breastfeed their baby, women to not breastfeed their baby, right? Yeah, it's a living document, Jim. I agree. This is it. Baby on the floor, hands in the mouth. You clean your floors. People, if you have any illness, any disease, go to your kitchen sink. Go under your kitchen sink. Take all the cleaners and everything with chemicals, put it in big plastic bags, and take it to the curb, take it to your trash, get it out of your house, and clean with only natural products, because everything you're cleaning with is on the floor. Then your grandchild comes over, plays in the carpet. Carpet cleaning chemicals, are you serious? Do you know one of the things that's going to come out, and it's already starting to come out, that causes cancer is the flame retardant that they're putting on. They're trying to scare you and have you put flame retardant materials on your children in their PJs so that they won't catch fire in the middle of the night. What are you, fucking kidding me? If there's a fire in your house, flame retardant PJs are not going to save you. So even the thought that all these are flame retardant, no, they're going to go up like a light. But the problem is the chemicals in that material are giving you cancer, because our skin is our biggest organ. And you don't put anything on your skin you wouldn't put in your mouth and in your stomach, because it's going into your body. So baby on floor, hands and mouth, that's exactly what I was talking about tonight. But not seemingly anything that's related to 303. Might be missing something. I don't think so. The only thing I'd go to is 111 maybe, and or 113, to see if there's anything here. and also 11. But let me go to 111 here. And one more. But this is kind of fun because sometimes you find stuff like Todd did the other night. 11 takes us to that one. 113, social media platforms, all the top shareholders in all these places, controlling stakes in all these places. Snow White, Godfather 3, Speed. 111, important context. What have you learned about Huma? This is obviously double folded. This is Harvard University Muslim Association, which Alaweed was a part of, Obama was a part of, and also Huma Abedin is relevant. Sometimes it's lowercase, sometimes it's uppercase. Saudi Arabia, the bloody wonderland. This ties us into Al-Walid and Las Vegas, the assassination attempt of Trump. Muslim Brotherhood, their infiltration in our U.S. They thought she'd never lose. Snow White, good night, Barack Obama. Snow White, Godfather 3. Good night, Barack Obama. That's why I think he might be one of the major arrest, possibly, along with Hillary. And then 11, military intelligence versus the 3-letter agencies, basically. Okay, so really nothing to the 303 was just plain and simple. Go search there. Okay, but one of the things that I thought it might take us to is the following, and that is what Q has told us about what happens 7 out of 10 times, and that's 525, number 13. We'll check out 13 too, but 7 out of 10 are targeted kills. Okay, that means 7 out of 10 flight reroutes, flight returns, running, public awakening, message spreading wide and far, goodbye at Jack. So this was one of the ones that we went to when he resigned from, or when he said he was going to step down as CEO of Twitter, Jack. But also 7 out of 10 are targeted kills of the plane crashes, which leads us back to MH70, okay, and also leads us back to Carlyle Group, which also leads us back to Renee James. Okay, and by the way, Glenn Youngkin. All right, so at any rate, thank you. The 4-year Delta drop. Oh, so okay, I might have missed that. So let me go to 13, but also let me go to let me go to 13 real quick. Excuse me. 13. Now think about the timing of POTUS traveling to China, South Korea. I've said too much. God bless patriots. We've been there multiple times in the past week, 2 weeks, and with the News Unlocks app, and also just going to December 9th, Delta. Let me see. Was that 303? Was that one of them? Wow, that's a long one. Holy cow. That's 314, 313, 311, 309. Yeah, so this was the, not quite, it was a Delta from yesterday. So not today's Delta, but yesterday's Delta. Okay, so maybe we're supposed to be looking there, right? Renee James. These people are sick. Okay, so just a little side jaunt there. I didn't expect. John Durham just came out swinging against Hillary's team in the latest filing. This is Durham pushed back on Sussman's claims that Baker, former general counsel for the FBI, undermined the special counsel's false statements. Indictment against a Democrat lawyer containing evidence from 5 government employees, including Baker, support the charge. The indictment against Sussman centers on September 19, 2016 meeting between him and Baker in which Sussman debunked allegations of a secret back channel between Russia's Alpha Bank and the Trump Organization, which has been discredited. Durham contends that while Sussman told Baker he was not working for any particular client, Sussman was secretly doing the bidding of Hillary Clinton's campaign and billing his services to her, as well as working on behalf of technology executive Rodney Jaffe. And he even billed the meeting to Hillary Clinton. And Sussman denies misleading the FBI and pleaded not guilty. So as part of his effort to push for an early May 2022 trial date instead of the late July 2022 trial date preferred by prosecutors, Sussman's team claimed on Monday that last week Durham's team handed over documents about Baker's statements about the meeting that it said directly contradict the special counsel's allegation that Mr. Sussman affirmatively told Mr. Baker that he was not meeting with him on behalf of any clients. The team pointed to excerpts of interviews Baker gave to DOJ Inspector General Horowitz and to Durham's team. Durham's team quickly pushed back in a Tuesday court filing. As the defendant is aware from discovery, both of those interviews occurred years after the events in question, and Mr. Baker made these statements before he had the opportunity to refresh his recollection with contemporaneous or near contemporaneous notes that had been provided to the defense in discovery. Durham's team said, indeed, the defendant's motion entirely ignores law enforcement reports of Mr. Baker's subsequent 3 interviews with the special counsel's office in which he affirmed and then reaffirmed his now clear recollection of the defendant's false statement. Okay? So Sussman was obviously lying. Okay? Durham's team also made it clear that it plans to call Baker to testify. Okay? So there's some games going on, but it will go forward. But it's there if you want to check into that. Okay, so Glenn Beck was on Tucker, and we were trying to find Glenn's original interview on this. But let me just play a little of this with you, and I could take a little break. If you've seen this already, maybe take a break, but this is Beck and Tucker, and what he's talking about here. What the heck happened here? What the heck's going on? Sorry, folks. Hold on. Just lost my... there we go. And why is this happening? All right. I don't know how much of this is... I love it when they give me something 4 years ago. Hey, folks, will you mind? Hold on here. We are, by the way, 1,572 in the theater. Are any of the channels out? That's kind of low for tonight. What's going on? Thursday night. We should be up over 2,000 right now. Let's see. I'm looking for... Oh, there we go. Yeah, if you guys have it, can you put it in the chat, please? And I'll link directly to it. Let's see. This was the story. I'll show you this real quick. Where Bennett sought lockdown for the unvaccinated was blocked by health officials. By the way, the health officials, I think, are paying attention to, the Orthodox Jewish doctor, Dr. Zelenko, who has spoken to the Rabbinical Council of Israel more than once, I think at least twice, and has told them about this is genocide. Okay. And so the rabbinical council has a lot of sway, and they probably got through to the health minister. So he ordered officials on Thursday to look at imposing restrictions on people who are not vaccinated against COVID-19. Literally, this Star of David was worn on yellow patches to signify the Jewish population that were going to be separated from the rest of the population and eventually into concentration camps. And this jackass, okay, Bennett, which is here, okay, is trying to force this. Now, this isn't an individual making this decision. This guy has no juice, okay? This guy is doing what he's told, all right? And the Prime Minister instructed officials to examine the possibility of restrictions on those who did not avail themselves of vaccines in the national vaccine campaign, which currently offers shots to anyone age 5 and up. And by the way, excuse me, has one of the greatest failure rates, and the sheer amount of people that are getting COVID in a highly vaccinated. I think over 87% of their population is vaccinated. Yeah, so the Glenn Beck thing I'm having problem playing and also having trouble finding. So if you guys have that link, please send that to me. I do not know why it is not playing. And let me see if I can find it a different way, if you guys aren't going to do that. Here it is. I got it. Here we go. Okay. Enjoy this. It's about 6 minutes long, and but important. Here we go.
He joins us tonight on the story. Glenn, thanks so much.
Why am I not hearing that?
For coming on. So you're a parent. How would you respond to
Okay. This is odd.
something like this?
I file a lawsuit with the teachers union myself. I
Are you
can't
hearing
believe
this?
what's going on, Tucker. It is completely out of control, and you have to ask yourself, why? Why are they pushing this like this? What do they have to gain?
There we go.
Because it's not our health. I really don't believe that.
Well, certainly not in the case of children, where there is a demonstrated and actual risk. It's not, not to every child, but there is
Correct.
very little risk from coronavirus. So this is like crazy. So you've done some reporting on this, on some of the incentives we may not be aware of behind these drugs.
Yeah.
If you'll tell us what you found.
So this is a 2-hour chalkboard that is condensed into about 4 minutes. So if you want to see the whole thing, it's at FauciLive.com. But I'll try not to sound crazy and tie this together. Gain of function, which Fauci says never happened in November of 2015. It happened with Dr. Barrett. It was a published paper, November 2015. The USAID and Fauci with EcoHealth, they were funding it. It was happening with the Wuhan people. So we know that. But what you may not know is in November, the same month that published paper comes out, the United States begins a partnership with Moderna, and they are searching for mRNA coronavirus vaccines. Kind of a weird coincidence, but wait, it gets worse. In this time, we skip to 2018, DARPA receives a proposal from Dr. Barrett, US guy, Dr. Shi from Wuhan, and Peter Daszak from EcoHealth, EcoHealth. And DARPA sees this and says, this is far too dangerous. We're rejecting your proposal. We don't know what happened from there, but we do know just about 12 months later in Wuhan, where Peter Daszak, Dr. Shi, the Bat Lady, and Dr. Barrett were all doing research on coronaviruses. About a year later, there's an outbreak, and the outbreak actually begins, according to documents that we have that have been smuggled out of China. that there were 10 hospitals involved by October with patients that we now know are corona-like virus symptoms. They didn't know what was going on. Now that was in October. Remember, we didn't know anything about this in December. We were starting to get rumblings. China said there was some sort of an outbreak on December 31st. But Dr. Barrick signs a government deal with Moderna. I want to read it exactly to you. This deal was made. It's confidential. It's 158 pages long. It is, if I skip to page 104, they are entering a specific private confidential agreement. The NIH appears to be transferring technology to Dr. Barrick, but what they're making clear is, quote, mRNA coronavirus vaccine candidates developed and jointly owned by NIAID and Moderna. Now, this is weird because it's 2 weeks later that we know there's a problem. They signed that deal 2 weeks before, and they signed it with the doctor who happened to be a partner with the Bat Lady in Wuhan. Here's where it gets really dark. These are the same group of people that in the end of January begin to have meetings, and they shut down and begin to smear anyone who's looking into the lab leak theory. They establish that's not true. Don't even look there. It appears to be collusion. We've passed this on to several people in Congress and the Senate. We know Rand Paul is on this, and Dr. Fauci has some answers to give.
Well, I just want to affirm what you're saying. The amazing reporting you've done on this. Here's a clip of the recently departed NIH director, Francis Collins, admitting on camera that the U.S. government has a stake in the vax. Watch this.
Who's going to own that vaccine? Does the federal government own it?
One of the vaccines, the one that's furthest along, was started actually at the federal government in our own vaccine research center at NIH, and then worked with a biotechnology company called Moderna to get to where we are now with very impressive phase 1 results and getting ready to go into a large-scale trial as early as July. That one, of course, we do have some particular stake in the intellectual property.
This just you are not making this up. What you're saying is true. Really quickly, why is this not a front page story everywhere?
All of the documents, we spent about a year on this with people like Charles Rixley from Drastic, with Judicial Watch. They were all FOIA'd. These are documents that prove beyond, I think, any kind of reasonable doubt, something very wrong is happening here. Moderna had been turned down for any kind of vaccine research by everyone publicly over and over again. And now this test is being done on our children. This is the only time that anybody will admit they were doing any kind of testing on coronavirus research for a vaccine with Moderna.
It's just beyond belief. And I'm glad finally someone is saying this out loud. Glenn Beck, I appreciate your reporting on this. Thank you. It's great to see you tonight.
Thank you. Thank you, Tucker.
Tucker feigning a little surprise there, I think, and certainly just we've got to stop being surprised by the fact that this isn't front page news. And why isn't it front page news? It's not front page news because the media is owned by Big Pharma, and the banks own Big Pharma, and the banks own the media, and the families own the media. And very surprising, by the way, that this would even make it on the Fox News, okay? Be careful not to let the fox in the hen house, though, my friends, because, look who, the Fox was a part of getting Biden into office. Well, maybe that was a part of the plan, so Fox was playing along. There's a lot of disinformation coming out of Fox, but Tucker seems to be, one of the few that's actually talking about the problem with, coronavirus and how they're this pandemic and the whole bit, and starting to ask questions. We know that they're going to use some of the mainstream media to reach some of the people, right? But just don't fall into that trap, right? Don't fall into that trap of the fox trap, if you will. Okay, and disinformation is necessary. Absolutely, great point. That Mama, absolutely. So I had also watched. Some of you sent me Glenn Beck's video, and I was trying to find that, and I couldn't get my hands on that because I would have rather shown you Glenn Beck reporting on that first before Tucker brought him on. But don't forget, Tucker's a good man. Well, Tucker also lied to us about 9/11. Tucker has lied to us about wars in the past, as have the rest of Fox. So if he's turning over a new leaf, that's great. But he still does not yet have my trust. That's for damn sure. Okay. My friends, this is the new documentary on the PCR test deception. Okay. Now, I know a lot about the PCR test. I'm just going to play a few minutes here for you. And
if you look at the case curve, coronavirus cases, it's just stunning.
633 cases of community transmission.
The case count is so high because of this, the positivity rate.
The U.S. topping 100,000 cases.
As Americans get tested for coronavirus,
4,697
new confirmed cases,
17 new cases,
50,000 cases,
19.990 mit Corona.
New cases up 10% or more.
I can't express enough my level of concern at these rising numbers of cases.
America's daily COVID caseload.
Surging COVID cases
have hit an alarming milestone.
195
more cases in a single day than any other day of the pandemic.
This has been taken off YouTube. We offer the link here for you in a way that you can go watch this. The PCR test should not have been used. The gentleman who created it, Kerry, I'm forgetting his last name right now.
My sister, she works for a millionaire family. She's in Croatia now. They took a private jet. She didn't even have to do a PCR test. What is this? COVID doesn't go with rich people, with millionaires?
The man who actually invented it, got the Nobel Prize for it, he said, do not use it for diagnosis.
For COVID.
This test was not made for diagnostic purposes.
You can even get a positive result without
Mullins,
having
Kerry Mullins.
any
Richard, thank
genetic
you. Kerry
material
Mullins.
being present.
It's just a multiplication tool.
The key thing about PCR is that if you keep multiplying and multiplying and multiplying again and again and again, the chance of false positives goes up and up and up.
The specialists on biochemistry, they are hiding with this knowledge. They have not the standing to come up and say, hey man, what you are doing, it's not allowed. It's completely irrational. It's anti-scientific.
It beggars belief that they are doing these things that are scientifically fraud, in my opinion. I mean, I think you'd have to use the word fraud. These are scientific frauds.
Absolutely. But why did they do this? Why did they use the PCR test? Because they needed the numbers. So first of all, the numbers were way blown out of proportion, right? And if you've been watching me for, 2+ years, you know that I called this out immediately. As soon as COVID hit, I knew it was the paradigm, the Hegelian dialectic paradigm, problem, reaction, solution, and they needed to get Trump out of office. They needed to crash the economy because Trump would have won re-election with the great economy that was happening. They needed to force mail-in ballots so that they could really rig the election because they knew that Trump was going to win in a landslide. So they needed to be able to control the election as best as possible. They needed to get us at home and be able to show that they can control the population and quarantine us if they want to. See, they were quarantining healthy people. That's never been done before in the history of humanity. You don't quarantine healthy, you quarantine the sick. and they were quarantining everybody, right? And so they needed to do that, and then eventually the climax of this whole thing was the jab, was the vaccine, so that they could tag everybody and literally change our mRNA. Okay, so Kerry Mullins died before this all went out, literally a month before it hit the mainstream. Okay, I think he died in November of 2019. December it hit in China. Even before then, actually, by the way, because I've showed you the hospital parking lots from the same months, years prior, were very sparse and they were much fuller. And then also the searches online regarding in China regarding COVID-19 symptoms was through the roof as early as October. Okay, so this was all part of it, and so the PCR test, because of how many cycles they were running through, they knew that they could create enough false positives, and with the deaths from the nursing homes and the elderly and the comorbidities that they were pushing, even though those numbers were far less than the numbers they initially predicted through Imperial College in London, funded by Gates, University of Washington funded by Gates, Johns Hopkins funded by Gates. Those numbers were all pumped up, and they weren't even close. The actual deaths weren't even close, despite the 5 governors, Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, Michigan, and California, forcing the elderly, positive tested elderly, back into the nursing homes, out of the hospital, back into the nursing homes, while they were still able to infect the rest of the population. And knowing all the comorbidities and the weakened immune system of the elderly in the nursing homes, they were able to infect a lot and kill a lot of people in those nursing homes. And it all started actually in Washington State with that nursing home. So they were able to bump all these up. Also, look at the areas where 5G was popping up, right? 5G, Wuhan was the first city in China that was all 5G. Iran, the parts of Italy that attracted it. Also, we're getting a lot of people from China because of the cheap labor, but the made in Italy label. And then in places like New York City and places where they were installing the 5G in Seattle, they were getting a lot of cases. So all this was happening, but the main component through this whole thing was the PCR test, and so much so that it created so many false positives that the death, they linked the fear to the death, and then with the false positives, they were able to make people fear, oh, there's 1,000 cases today, 10,000 cases today, 20,000 cases, and they were able to build this hysteria, to hype this hysteria, and make people literally hysterical and fearful, and putting masks on and staying at home and staying out of school. And look at the devastation that is happening. The suicide rate, the cancer rate that went undiagnosed, the illnesses went undiagnosed because people weren't going to doctors, the depression, the psychological impact, literally, of just walking around and just seeing people's eyes. Can you imagine me doing a show where all you see are my eyes? That's all you see. Hi, Dave Snedeker here. I'm going to do a show. Yeah, I'm going to do a show. Yes. You would watch for about 5 seconds, 10 seconds. And then you'd turn the channel. You'd go somewhere else. Nobody wants to look at somebody talking like this. You can't see my mouth. You can't see my cheeks. You can't see my jaw. You can't see my inflection or hear my inflection because everything's muffled because it's behind a mask. This is no way to communicate with each other. This is no way to communicate with the population. 95% or more of all, I think it's 90% or more, whatever the number is, of all communication is nonverbal. So if you're looking at me and you're not seeing anything move, This is pathetic. Pathetic. Tape face. Yeah, exactly, Colleen. Right? And so all this was built in. And then when they finally did come out with a jab, remember, and we reported it here, that they lowered the cycle rate from like 35 to 45 cycles on the PCR test. And if you're jabbed, they took it down to like 25. Why? Because they wanted to make sure that with lower cycles, it would lower the false positives. And so it would show the vaccinated were testing lower. The problem is the vaccinated are getting sicker and sicker and sicker. Right? So if you guys want to watch that documentary, it's on YouTube, but we have it here for you in the show notes right under here. It's 40 minutes long. It's, if you want to show people what's really going on, what's really happening, this might be a good way in. Somebody that's really, really all about testing. Well, I went and got tested today. I went and got tested, so I'm fine. You're safe around me because I went and got tested. Went and got tested. Really? Okay. Show them this video. Okay. This is something we know about. The Epoch Times ran a story on this. People who get Johnson & Johnson, the jab, are at elevated risk of Guillain-Barré, I believe is the way you pronounce this. And it's basically a facial paralysis, okay? And they found 21 potential cases, 11 confirmed, of GBS in people who got the shot. And most of it happened within 13 days of the vaccination. Per 100,000, that was 34 during the 1 to 21 days after administration. There were 34.6 out of 100,000. Much higher, by the way. This is the important and the key number. Much higher than the historical background rate of 2 per 100,000 person per year. So it went from 2 per 100,000 up to 34.6. That, my friends, in statistical analysis, is such a significant number. Okay? And so researchers also found that the incidence of Guillain-Barré was much lower among those who got the Pfizer or the Moderna messenger mRNA. Okay? The rates from those was similar to the background rates. All right? The study also validates the findings of the VAERS system run by the CDC and the Food and Drug Administration. And the study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association in October found a potential small but statistically significant safety concern for GBS. Okay? The number of GBS cases reported to VAERS following receipt of the vaccine through December 8th was 210. Okay? And so this is very important. Now, 210 from the VAERS is also a low reporting system because they've found that the VAERS system is highly, highly, highly underreported. Now, that's just one of the symptoms of these jabs. Other symptoms we've seen death, we've seen cancer, popping back up, right? So, at any rate, let's shift gears away from that. And by the way, my friends, I know that the jab situation is difficult, but do you see with the courts going against Biden on the mandates and the total awareness of the tyranny that's happening, that people are saying, no, we're winning this fight. Even though we're losing a lot of people, we are winning this fight overall, right? Guillain-Barré. Thank you, Mike. Okay. Let's go this. This is in South Dakota, okay? And I'm going to show you this because I'm sorry, South Dakota, San Diego. I had my SDs, but it's San Diego, and it's Pacific Beach. And let me play this for you.
Office says several Antifa members were behind the violence and counter-protests that happened in Pacific Beach almost a year ago. It happened during a January 9th Patriot March in support of then-President Trump. NBC7's Jackie Crea has details on the charges laid out in court today for those who were just arrested last week.
There were two groups that clashed that day in Pacific Beach. Now 10 people in total were arrested, and today several of them appeared virtually in court to hear their charges.
Using bear mace on multiple individuals. We have Mr. Mora attempting to swing at a local photographer. In this case, it essentially is a group beatdown that happens over 8 different attacks involving 16 different victims.
Details of the violent counter-protests were read aloud in court Monday. The district attorney's office says on January 9th, 15 to 20 Antifa members planned and attacked perceived members of the Patriot March rally in Pacific Beach. Court documents detail that the defendants used chairs, sticks, glass bottles, and fists to attack people, including minors, sending one to the hospital. There was a dog, a journalist, and a vandalized business that were caught in the crossfire. Lastly, the DA's office described how the counter-protesters threw bottles, eggs, rocks, and maced officers before the crowd was finally broken up. There are 16 known victims of the violence. The defendants in court Monday pleaded not guilty to charges including conspiracy to commit a riot, illegal use of tear gas, assault by means likely to produce great bodily injury, and vandalism. If convicted, the defendants face a sentencing range of probation up to 10 years and 8 months in prison. In downtown, Jackie Crea, NBC7.
Police are still searching for one person and have issued an arrest warrant.
So
the first case of the Omicron variant.
5, by the way, and then of course they're going to follow that up with, your fear porn on the Omicron variant in San Diego, which is very mild, by the way, from what everyone's saying. And so it's not really a factor, and it's not going to kill people, and yet they're already talking about a vaccine for something that's not going to kill you. It's just going to make your immune system stronger, right? But these Antifa members are up against 5 counts of felony counts. So this is fantastic. It's finally we're seeing some evidence of actual justice, right? I was going to show you something, but Todd and Cindy are calling in, so let's bring them into the Sned Shed. Welcome to the Sned Shed. We have a caller. We have a caller coming in.
Hello, first time caller.
Long time listener.
Long time listener, first time callers.
Yes, well, welcome. And are you a Snedhead?
We are Snedheads, and we have 2 bunnies here that are Snedhead bunnies.
You're coming from Wuhan.
We called for Wuhan.
Nice. Wuhan.
We give you update.
You are Adalite Snedhead, I think. Yes?
See.
Huh?
Yeah, yes.
That's not Chinese.
That's not Chinese. That's Mexican.
Good.
No, see.
Good. Yes. It is not, and I just saw something today where it is not accurate. It's not appropriate to call it the Wuhan virus or the Chinese virus. That was a post. That was an actual news article from 2020, and it just took me back. It's like, wow, really? Okay, we're not going to call it what it is. Okay.
Where did it come from? It come from China.
Exactly.
We call spade a spade.
Yes. We call spade a spade. Exactly. So what's happening, kiddos? What's you up to?
Do your half, Ada.
No, I don't have much other than we got good news.
You got updates.
Well, Ellie is home. She came home Sunday.
Awesome.
Beautiful Ellie. She did great through her heart surgery last week. So to think that she had surgery and then got home, that's
fantastic.
Wonderful. And baby Grace is doing wonderful as well. She's at home. her grandma sent me a picture of her. So cute. It looked like she was reading a little Christmas book. It was such a cutie.
Awesome.
So we
And
got nothing but positive news. She's
that's
11
great.
pounds and 7 ounces. That's just awesome.
How much does she weigh now?
Grace weighs 11 pounds, 7 ounces.
Wow.
Beautiful little thing.
That is perfect height weight distribution for the next president.
That's right. That's right.
Nice.
And Drake is doing well.
Good.
I had a phone call from Rhonda this evening.
Awesome.
And he's doing well. She's also, she did mention to me that she's going to be resharing on her page GoFundMe that his friend had established. He's out of work and he's already received like a 5-day notice from his landlord to vacate. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy on his rent. I mean, this is a person that cheated death, not once, but twice.
Wow.
The other time was when his dad died the same day. So, so it's just, I feel so sorry for him, but I know God's got it in his hands and she believes in God too. So we're just praying. So, that is on Rhonda's page, I guess. So if any of you feel compelled, then please check that out if you can. So.
Yeah. And that's a GoFundMe.
For Drake.
Yeah.
So anyway.
And this is
still
you
praying,
can find,
but he's
find
doing
that
great.
at Rhonda Thomas Frost's Facebook page. Rhonda Thomas Frost. There you go.
Yeah. And she's a sweetheart. And her husband, Charlie, had been exposed. And, the boss had said, well, you need to do this, you need to do that. And he's like, no, not going to happen. We were talking about, I had such a horrible headache earlier this evening. And I said, yeah, it's pretty normal. We had those horrible chemtrails over the weekend on Saturday. And usually about 2 or 3 days later, Todd and I are having headaches or sinus issues, and other people that we talk to are having the same thing. So,
me.
Well, you had something yesterday, but you took your little ivermectin stuff, and you're feeling much better.
As soon as I start feeling anything, I hit it hard.
Yep, we both did. So.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, I wanted to make a correction. Put your seatbelt on, folks, because I was wrong on something, and I don't want you to, freak out here.
Half Truth Cast?
Half Truth Cast. Half and half Truth Cast. Half and half. But I was thinking, Remote Viewer 57 says facial paralysis is Bell's palsy. The GBS is not the facial paralysis. That's Bell's palsy. So thank you, brother. Thank you, brother, for that. Because Guillain-Barré, that has, that's a lot of stuff. That's like your whole body.
That's when your immune system attacks your nervous system.
Yeah, I actually had a friend that her spouse got that, and I mean, it was fast acting.
Yeah.
And sadly, he passed with it. But
it's
man, it's horrible to see a person get that. I mean, it was just awful. This young kid, well, not young, but I mean, heck, I think we're young, 50s.
Yeah.
And to go from very active to not very active to in a wheelchair to barely being able to feed yourself to gone.
Yep.
Very,
See,
very
I was so focused on being able to say it right that I wasn't even focused on what the hell it was. So that's what happened there. Hey, so by the way, Cindy, thanks for updating with all that great information, because not only are we looking for great information, out in the world, but also great information in our community. So important that we're able to focus on some of the great things that are happening, that, if you believe in prayer, we've been praying. And I also want to say, I want to add, and well, I'll try to remember it tonight, but I never write anything down about what I'm going to say or pray about, obviously. but the CEO, Jason Arfman of 7K, who I've got to know, and I consider him a friend now, and how we've interacted. But if you go to Patriot Silver, the landing page, this is him, and it's our first interview about 7K. Very informative. And by the way, if you want to sign up for our team, we still have spots available, where we want to put you and how we want to build our foundation. So please, and it's no obligation. This is basically, you get a phone call from Nancy and you hear about everything that we're doing and all the great things that 7K is doing. But I wanted to bring this up because Jason's daughter was in a really, really bad car accident, and she's clinging for her life, and she had 2 surgeries. So please keep his daughter's a sophomore in high school. Please keep these beautiful people in your prayers as she fights for her life from.
So sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
When did this happen?
2 days ago. She had a patch of ice in a Jeep and hit something, flipped, and went over. And so a lot of internal damage, a lot of stuff going on. So
I've always said, living in Illinois, I can deal with snow, but I hate ice, because ice, you lose control. I don't care if you've got a 4x4.
Yeah.
You can be this driver. And I hit a patch of black ice one time when it was like 40 degrees, or, well, no, it wasn't 40. It was like 30.
Yeah.
Going home from lunch hour one day when I lived in a different little bitty town. And all of a sudden I was in a cornfield, and like maybe 4.5 feet from this big utility pole. I mean, it happened that fast. It was just like, holy cow. I didn't see it. I hate ice.
Well, hey, you know how I learned how to drive on ice and snow? I think might be the same way that you did, Todd. How did you learn how to drive on ice and snow? Like, how to turn the wheel and the whole bit.
You turn into it.
Yeah, but I'm asking Todd how he learned.
Oh, I learned by going to parking lots and and letting her rip, in an open area where you could feel the way the truck's gonna.
She's eating your notes.
Oh, the rabbit's eating
the white rabbit.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear this again. I don't want to hear the rabbit ate your homework. All right.
Well, it's a good thing I committed them to memory.
Good thing I told you. This is why we can do a life.
Oh my God! She
did. See, I told you she did.
So Todd,
oh my God, I forgot what.
Any driveway, any parking lot in particular that you learned how to drive on ice?
Yeah, there used to be one across the street from Town and Country.
We did the school parking lot.
Town and Country parking lot was huge, so you could let her rip there, and the cops left you alone. They didn't care.
Do you remember Saturday morning basketball practice?
Oh yeah.
Okay, in the school, in our school parking lot, Griffin, now Sacred Heart Griffin, but Griffin High School, all boys school, and we'd have Saturday morning basketball practice, and so they weren't plowed, and so you're coming on to real snow, and we would just do
Oh
yeah, that was fun. That was a lot of fun.
We got, we'd light it up.
And sketching, and that's where I learned to sketch too. So
sketching, I sketched all the way to school from Jerome on down Chatham Road once.
Are you serious? Wow.
Yeah, that's about probably 3 miles, maybe.
That was awesome, man.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yep.
All right,
and
so
sketch on the city buses too, because we knew where they were going.
So I don't know how much the our audience wants to hear about our sketching stories from high school and driving. So maybe we should end it there and jump into something that's of service to humanity.
You know what, Dave? They're probably sick of hearing about jabs and about all this
That's
stuff.
true.
You know?
That's true. Yeah. So Skitchin, so remote viewers asking what Skitchin is. Skitchin basically you there's a car that's stopped at a stoplight, and you run up behind it and you grab the bumper. You know, back when the bumpers were separated from the cars and there was a metal bumper, and you grab the metal bumper, or if it's a truck, you can grab the gate. And you just ride along behind the car. You get pulled and you're on ice, so you're just skidding along, and that's Skitchin.
Yeah, we're not from Hicksville.
You just kind of sit. You kind of sit down with on your feet.
That good old spring patch.
And just get comfortable. It's
Yeah.
like, it's almost like it's
like a catcher stance, like a catcher stance.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And we used to wave at people when we were doing it. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It was so much fun.
And you always knew, by the way, thinking back now, right? And the reactions you would get the reactions like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you're doing that kind of look, right? And then you get the like, yeah, man, way to go. Yeah. And so you get all these different reactions because, you come up to another light. And by the way, the key there is that the driver doesn't know you're doing it, right? So you kind of keeping your head down, right? Because then they might want to try to shake you off or get out of the car and yell at you. But you got cars behind you, so you're kind of looking back. Like, hey, how's it going? And so, by the way, from all those reactions that we got from doing that, I can now go back and I can tell you who would be wearing a mask and who wouldn't. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
Good old memories.
Oh, that's just so funny.
Hey, we can't be talking too loud. My child's gonna hear this and get some ideas.
Oh yeah, exactly. Hey, Key, you guys, I want to put my headset in because you guys, I listened to last night. You guys or 2 nights ago, and you guys were sounding like you're in a cave, and somebody just said that. I want to see if I put my headset on if you sound better. So go ahead and talk to the Sneds. I only need like 30 seconds.
Well, we sounded Asian earlier. Was that
We miss you.
You think that has something to do with connection?
Maybe that sounds like we are in a hole.
Well, if you let us out of the tin can, we'd be fine.
No, that just makes you sound racist. That's all.
Well, Cindy used the term black ice tonight. I'm sure we'll have some comments about that.
Oh my God. Yeah. Bring it. Bring it.
Can you hear us?
Quit being a snowflake.
Can you hear us now?
I don't see color.
I do.
Obviously, if I saw color, I wouldn't have ended up in the field.
Oh, you're talking about
ice. I'm back with you now. Let's see if the sound is any better. So go ahead and keep chatting.
La 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 la.
Oh, please don't sing. No.
Me.
Ada sounded Swedish. What? Toad Boy 135.
Ada sounded Swedish. I think they need to get out more. Toad Boy, I think you need to get out more.
I don't even know what Swedish people really sound like.
From Sweden.
Inga from Sweden.
Yeah.
Shy.
Yeah. T Young says you. Me.
Me.
Okay. Everyone says that you sound good, but Audrey says it's better. Is it better than it was, guys? Yeah, much better. Okay, good. All right. Well, this is perfect because it's kind of like I got this kind of, Princess Leia thing going on. So,
You look really professional with it,
your
too.
Bun.
Thank you. Yes.
Nice.
And it's it's getting colder here in Southern California, so keep my ears warm. Yeah.
Your earmuffs.
I do like the mic in the back, though. That's really cool.
Do you? Thank you. Yeah, I've never
Is
never
that real?
heard from you. Yeah, that's the one that I actually take on the road. Like I took that to Utah in case I was going to do a show there. I've taken it to Vegas. So that one goes with me. And also I have, two chairs back here. So if I do an interview back here, we can use that mic there.
Like Larry King.
What's that?
Like a Larry King starter kit.
Yeah, without the suspenders.
Larry King starter kit.
Actually, suspenders came with this one. So it was a kit. It was a kit.
Oh my goodness.
There was the microphone, the suspenders, and 5 wives. That's what that was the Larry King starter kit. Hey, you know what? You know what's funny is you say that what just came to mind. Kevin Rottello says, "I'm not racist. I own color TVs." I've never heard that one before. That's a good one. 5 wives. I don't know how many. I know he got married a lot over the years.
Oh yeah, I think he had a lot of wives.
Yeah. So but think about CNN now, right? Like, and then CNN then, and what we know about CNN and those interviews, he's like, pumping up people that maybe shouldn't be pumping up, right? Edifying people that we shouldn't be edifying, asking pointed questions in a direction that they wanted to take us, et cetera, et cetera. So, interesting to do. So what Harry says, he thinks your Heelys are cranked up to overdrive. That's great.
Hey, Todd and I had that conversation earlier. We are both resonating very high. We've both had ringing in our ears. I mean, it's been very high vibrations going on in this house.
But I'm feeling good. Like
good.
Really good.
Me too, after we got rid of my head.
Like the best I've felt through this whole, I mean, as far as what's going on the planet too.
Dude, so let's talk about this and anything you want to bring into from the monologue. I know you were in the chat during the monologue trolling me as always.
Yeah.
And but tell me, about how you're feeling and what's going on. Like, give me a brief breakdown, and then let's get into some stuff that kind of supports that.
Well, I'm just looking like, back a year or two ago, it seemed like I had to look for our even minor victories. But now I'm seeing like it's victory after victory after victory, or it's definitely eye-opening no matter what it is, no matter what the subject is.
Yeah.
It's all the awakening has hit a point to me where there's absolutely no way it's going to stop. It's the overall view. It's the 40,000 foot view. It's seeing everything happening everywhere. You can look at Fauci. Everybody's doubting Fauci. So that's the medical. You can look at judicial, where we got a break today. We got a break when the jab mandates got shot down.
Yeah.
You're even starting to see more and more election stuff come out. You're seeing Jussie Smollett, exposed for being the hypocrite, race baiter that he is. And then, you tie that all into the comments that, Kamala and Biden both made along the Jussie Smollett line. You can go back all the way to all this stuff that ties it. It makes them look so stupid that people have to see this, and we can show this information. We can document it. We can show them the tweets that Kamala said, Jussie's one of the best guys that I've ever known, and made him out to be the saint, and made MAGA movement look racist and everything. And again, found guilt without any evidence right from the beginning. But, it goes back to Kyle, just like him, they fried him. I mean, just all of this exposure of the mainstream media, the politicians, the hypocrisy everywhere, the climate change,
Yeah.
Pelosi's not buying a mansion in Florida, which is like a foot above sea level, if she thought climate change had a chance of flooding, just like Obama wouldn't have bought in Martha's Vineyard.
Well, you know, white hats being in control, right? The two of the biggest leaders in our nation literally bought beachfront places after crying that, climate change is, the greatest threat to humanity, right?
12 years to survive it.
Because we're going to be all underwater the whole bit. So if you and I are running this show, literally the show, and we want to point out, oh my God, the greatest hypocrisies across every level, we'd be doing exactly what's happening right now, including them getting a beachfront, mansion, right?
Oh yeah.
And
not only that, is how are they affording it? How's Pelosi affording to live next to Donald Trump's neighborhood?
Yep, double whammy, right? Why are they also being able to in Obama? How can he afford a $14 million mansion, right? So that's so key. But just going back to Juicy Smollett, okay, I think I pronounced that correctly. That's how Dave Chappelle. That's how Dave Chappelle pronounces it, right? Juicy Smollett.
There's something wrong.
That French actor. Just how that was all just completely dismantled, and how it had been built up, like you were talking about, to be this, like to push forward this critical race theory in schools and the race baiting of the 2016 election and all the elections, and how it was completely dismantled. What's that?
Trump's an agent of Russia.
Yes, exactly.
3 years, 3-4 years we dealt with that shit.
They
all have egg on their face.
Yeah, totally.
And it's just like Smollett. They won't come out and say they made a mistake on any of them. They won't come out and apologize and say, we had some bad information at the time. We're wrong.
Yeah.
We apologize. And even Smollett, in this microcosm of this, is he had a chance when he took when he was testifying, and he stuck with his lying narrative, and the jury of his peers said, "You're a liar."
Yep.
So when it comes to sentencing, I hope that they keep that into, in their minds. I hope that if look at it this way, what would have the punishment been for MAGA people had they actually carried out a hate crime? It would have been like life imprisonment.
Oh, dude, yeah.
So now you have to increase, if you're going to have trials and sentences based on information like this and making things hate crimes, which there are hate things out there and they should be prosecuted. But what I'm saying is, if you commit the fraud of a hoax of this, then you should be punished very sternly so that no one else does it. That's the whole point.
Yes. That's the point of punishment, right?
You can't make him go pick up garbage on the side of the road, and call it even for what he did.
Right. And by the way, I thought I retweeted this because somebody had just an epic tweet today that said that I hope Jesse Smollett doesn't beat himself up over this.
Yes,
that was a good meme.
Oh man,
we all make mistakes, but don't beat yourself up.
Yeah. Oh my God, I laughed my ass off on that one.
The other best tweet I heard today was Major Patriot. Did you see that?
I did not. No, let me pull it up.
He's on El Donaldo Trumpo Twitter. It's fantastic.
pull it up. All right, here we go. Let me see.
Short, sweet, and bang.
Time to bring back Trump. True love. Let's see. Major Patriot.
There it is.
Omicron deaths worldwide have skyrocketed from 0.0% to 0.00%.
I thought that was great.
Oh my God, that is great.
When you can make a one sentence boom,
yeah,
that's
totally.
awesome.
My Hobby Lobby Warriors are the best. FJB. Oh my God. Trump won. Oh, hilarious.
That's why she's still crying. I've got a connection to that too, Dave.
Oh yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Jesse's mullet. Jesse's mullet. Jesse's mullet.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
That's great. This is great. Oh, did you see this with Biden?
Fantastic.
Oh, okay. Let's play this real quick. By the way, how pathetic. All these people wearing masks, yet our children, they don't do it outside of this. Or the basketball players don't wear masks. Football players don't wear masks.
There's a guy with no mask right behind him, Dave. He's okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Ah, man.
I love this.
Walk me through this. What's he thinking?
Oh my God.
Spots Kamala. Oh, this is good.
Yes.
She doesn't acknowledge. He doesn't acknowledge. She doesn't even look at him. Hold on. So we're watching his eyes, but watch her eyes. Mm-hmm. He looks at her to see if she's going to say something. Look at her looking straight ahead. She did not even look him in the eye.
It gets better.
Yeah.
Look.
Oh my God.
Do the Biden shuffle.
Look at these guys behind looking. I told you he was a bitch. Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's a good show.
Jill. Oh my God.
Where are we not winning?
Oh. Look at this guy. Look at him looking at it. He's like, what the hell? What are they doing there? Wow. Okay. I told you he was a bitch. Holy shit. That is so great, man. Oh my God. I did not see that. I saw the actual thing.
If you want to get good material and have a giggle, Il Donalo Trumpo is the way to go.
Oh,
we need to do more of him. Here, watch this.
This is great.
Those savings are starting to reach drivers. Now, today, the average price you're paying here in Kansas City is below $2 a gallon, $3 a gallon. It's down to $2.90 a gallon. And those savings are starting to reach drivers. Now, today,
oh, my God. He's totally reading and totally full of shit. Wow.
Playing him is doing a great job.
I saw a TikTok that was great, too. It was Ben Salman, I think it was Ben Salman. Wasn't he the young guy that took over after that they tried to assassinate also, along with Trump in Vegas?
Yeah.
The new young guy. I don't know if I get him mixed up.
Mohammed bin Salman. Yeah.
The good guy.
Yeah.
The new guy. I saw they had somebody on TikTok, and I couldn't share it. I couldn't put it anywhere, Dave. It wouldn't let me do anything with it. I couldn't copy it. Anyway, it's a TikTok, and it shows bin Salman giving Putin like a bro hug and laughing.
Uh-huh.
And in the background, Trump is walking behind.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
It's like, you don't think these guys are all working together?
That's funny.
It puts it all together. I mean, you could just tell by the way they were acting. It was like, yeah, we're on the same team. I mean, who would do that?
Well, yeah. I mean, this story goes is that they are working together.
Yeah. And I think
No question.
with the submissions that we know about, we know who's running the show.
Yep.
And bin Salman is indebted to Trump forever for saving his life, because there were a lot of people out there that were trying to take him out.
Yep.
And then he immediately took out all the Saudi family and all the people that were behind it, up to 300 of them. And then that's when Trump held the sword, and nobody holds the sword.
Yep. Yep.
It's fantastic.
Only kings do the sword dance in Saudi Arabia.
Nobody has touched that sword. Touches the sword when the leaders are there.
Mm-hmm.
And we've gone over it, but it was really great to see that. I'd never seen that piece of video where Trump is walking behind Putin, and he and bin Salman are slapping, and like it was just awesome.
Hey, Rick asked, wrinkled flag. I didn't notice Bob Dole's casket.
I didn't do any diving on Dole.
Okay.
I wasn't able to see the whole thing.
Anybody know, guys, what if the casket the flag over the casket was wrinkled? Yes, it was wrinkled. Jay Harris. Yeah.
But what going back to our, why our frequencies are so high, I saw nothing but information that I would hope and pray would be happening. I mean, you can look at the information, I don't know where we've been losing other than the fact, we know there's Sneds that are having personal problems, and it's affecting, families, and it's affected us and our families and friends.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, this is World War IV. I'm including the Cold War as World War III. This is World War IV. And if we get through this, and I'm not saying, discount the death of anyone, because they're all, they all hit you and impact personally. And I feel for the families, but I don't know how you could have done this a better way,
and not actually showing them. Yeah.
And and otherwise having to have a actual bomb and gun type of World War IV.
Yeah.
And it goes back to Flynn predicting that there in the future we were going to be digital soldiers.
Yep.
And I think the information, you can see it more people are waking up than you think. I hear a lot of people saying, "Oh, all my friends in my family, they're all asleep. They all think this and that." And yeah, I see it personally, but I also see personally, crowds of people yelling, "Let's go, Brandon." I see the popularity of this president tanking at 22% now.
Yeah,
and
of course.
Kamala is at 12. It just.
Wait a minute. Are those the new numbers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Can I say that again?
22.
Get out of here.
Biden's at 22 and Kamala's at 12.
Wait a minute. Was that before or after that video we just watched?
He's probably 21 now.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And then you have Clinton coming out and reading her "If I Would Have Won" speech. It's beautiful. It is absolutely
the fake tears.
It's beautiful.
Wait a minute. What do you mean "if I would have won" speech?
Oh, you didn't see that?
She read the speech.
She had to get it out one way.
That she would, if she would have won, she would have read.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
When did that happen? How did I miss that?
Today.
Wasn't it today?
My God.
At least we saw it today.
Yeah. It's the Hillary Clinton "if I would have won" speech. Oh my God, it was. I got through
how long is it?
I couldn't stomach the whole thing.
When she started crying.
I got to the point where she started crying, and I was laughing so hard I had to quit.
Intended to say if I had been elected in 2016. My fellow Americans, today you sent a message to the whole world.
Oh, see the full class see the full speech at master class.
Were you going to talk about that?
Wow.
I've got a tie to that, Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Well, let's get into that. That's exciting.
Oh, well, this is going to blow your mind.
Awesome.
Not like the other stuff hasn't lately. I've had some good stuff. Go to Huma.
Okay. Oh, by the way, just so I don't miss out on this, guys, Christina Bobb is doing some great stuff on the election, on the Wisconsin election, which we want to make sure that we are dialed into. And it's things like, 157,000 voters in Wisconsin have the same voter registration number. Wisconsin has 4.5 million residents over the age of 18. The Wisconsin Election Commission has more than 7 million voters on the roll. How does that happen? Over 120,000 active voters who have been registered to vote for more than 100 years.
Yep.
And the margin of victory was 20,000.
They must be they must have the good water and the good food up there in Wisconsin.
Yeah, right. So let me let me sign in here. I'm not signed into my Twitter. Let me see. How do I do this?
Oh my God, Dave, you're gonna love this. You guys, Sneds, right. I hope you know how exciting this is when you just, this information is so good.
I have more freaking passwords than I can't even begin to talk about how many passwords I have on all.
Well, if you just tell us, Dave, we'll remind you.
Yeah. No, I don't want you knowing it. You'll get me kicked off for good.
And I haven't missed Twitter.
No, that's good.
All I can do is stalk.
Hillary didn't really have real tears, guys. She was trying, but when they did a close up, I never saw any tears.
Is that right?
Yeah. She tried.
Why is it taking so long to elect a female president, you ask?
I'm surprised she didn't cast a spell and conjure up some tears.
Well, there was a lot of spell casting and conjuring talk
Yes,
today.
there was.
Is that right?
Interesting.
Yeah, there were a lot of inferences to, they actually said conjure and casting and.
Wow. Hey, Juanita Broderick, can't someone write "I resign" at the end of Biden's next speech? I resign.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that Kamala and Biden are getting along just fine, aren't they?
Oh my God. Look, dude, I'm searching Huma, and it's not bringing Huma up. And Every time I do that, it does.
Are you capitalizing the first? Usually it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. It always comes up, and now it's not. What's up with that?
It's not in your past searches?
No.
There it is.
Yeah, I know, but I did at Huma, but normally I just type in Huma and it comes up.
Yeah.
Right?
Because she's so popular, Dave.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, just go through these and check out how many likes she got, Dave.
12 likes.
12 likes in how long?
Now 13. I'm one of the few people that likes Huma's. Hey, she's given us content for the show. I gotta like her stuff, man. Come on.
You pump up Huma's numbers.
I know. I'm one of the. I'm a bot.
Bernie Sanders voter.
So she's got 80,000.7 thousand followers, right?
And that's gone up 3,000, or that's gone up. She had 8.4, so it's gone up 300 on her followers.
Two retweets and 13 likes. I'm one of them.
And you got to think that her real close friends and family are probably the only ones, and you.
Yeah, and me. Yeah. I'm just trying to get invited to the reunion so I can hang with Wiener.
Oh, my God. Hang with Wiener?
Ew.
Yeah, that is an ew.
Yeah, I think you said that right, Dave.
Yeah.
Hang.
Hey, who's this gal? I know her face.
I don't know all the characters, to tell you honestly.
No, me neither.
They say below, I believe, if you scroll up a little bit. I think they.
Oh, and HBO has a new show about college sex, the sex lives of college girls. I saw something about that today and seeing that backdrop.
Oh, nice.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
One more thing for our kids
to have.
Because college isn't decrepit enough.
Yeah.
Here we go. Michael Kors, Parabol Gurung, Andy, and HBO Max. That's all we know.
Michael Kors is looking very rough.
Yeah. Which one is he? This guy?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay.
Yeah. He didn't look like that. Years ago, I got in on early on the Kors handbag phenomena. I knew that was going to go off pretty good, so I made a little bit of money in the stock market off of that.
Oh, so you never bought me a Michael Kors.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. It's a good stock.
I don't even know anything about it.
Yeah, the Michael Kors handbags are very
popular.
Yeah.
They're kind of like LV, kind of the Louis Vuitton type stuff.
Nice. So what? So is this the one you want to go to? 13 hours ago.
I went through all of them, but I just don't know whether to give you the dessert first, the meat and potatoes, the salad.
Dessert first. You never know when you're going to go.
Yeah, it's kind of late too, and I don't want people to miss it. So, let's go to she posted at 3:08. So let's go to 3:08.
Hey, Hawk's mustard seed is in here.
Here's 12:08. Hey Hawk, how you doing?
Hi Hawk.
Yeah.
3:08. Okay, this is conversation with Reshma Sajani.
Looks like Jerry Nadler in drag.
Hey, don't make me lean over there.
And so we'll go to 3:08.
The computer's not charging either. Here.
That's why I had it over.
Well, it's not charging, babe. We're down to 18% already.
Well, here's what's interesting. We were already at 3:03 with the because it's a December 9th. It's a 3-year delta. 4-year delta. Tangent.
How do you like that?
Expand your thinking.
Tangent. That was Hillary Clinton.
She had a tangent.
She had a tangent today when she was talking about being. That was the speech that she was going to give when she got elected. She's throwing a. It's like she's like going through a tangent.
What do you mean? Like she's just. Yeah. Tell me more.
Well, look up the definition of. Well, her reading the speech that if she would have got elected, do you think she's gotten over it yet?
Obviously not.
No. An abrupt change of course. Yeah, pretty much. And then it gets into trigonometry.
Oh, that's like the math definition.
The speaker went off on a tangent. Yeah.
The speaker went off on a tangent. See, she's speaking, and she went off on a tangent about being elected when, obviously the country rejected her for the office, but she can't get over it. So she went off on a tangent today about how she should have gotten elected. The course of history would have changed was basically, you know what I'm saying? That's the message she delivered, is that, things would have gone a different direction, which is a tangent change.
Yeah.
Boy, that's for sure. They would have gone
so expand your thinking. That to me spoke directly.
But
the biggest thing, Dave, was the Delta.
Yeah. Yeah, that she sent us right to this Delta.
If you can't, what are the odds? It's a 1 in 365 chance.
Mm-hmm.
And like we said, Huma knows about Q because Q mentions her so many times over and over and over, and everybody knows about what Q is.
Right.
And she's going to pick a time that goes to a 4-year Delta and then talks about a tangent, which her boss just went on.
Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty amazing. Why would she drop a timestamp that's going to take us right to today's deltas? Unless she's not, she's being controlled by the white hats. She's reading her script, and she's given us comms for those that are paying attention.
And those also who she appears with now, I believe, are being pointed out to us.
Yeah.
All of them.
Well, remember I said that on this book tour, on all these pictures with all these people that are basically, they're showing who supports her and who's on her side. And then when she goes down, they'll go down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very interesting. Did you go to 60 and 201 after that?
I went to 60 and 201, yes.
Awesome. Go ahead. Take
and
it
then away. I went to 21 also.
Oh, right. Dropping the 0. Okay.
And 6.
All right. Calgon, take me away.
And I'm waiting for my other computer to boot up here. But yeah, I thought the how many coincidences do you need?
Yeah.
When I saw the 308, I was like, really? That's today's Delta, and him points us there.
Yeah.
I kind of that's when I started getting really kind of like, wow.
Christina says Huma's watching the show. Hi, Huma. Everybody say hi to Huma.
Or as they speak of her, Homa.
Homa. Yeah, who called her Homa? Was that was Tapper, right?
Yeah.
Homa. He called her Homa.
And then, that's when he's also said, when he was talking about Comey, he said Comey.
Yeah.
You know, a guy that speaks for a living, he doesn't do that hesitating in the Biden stuff. He doesn't do as much of that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be on there.
Right. Right.
So I think he was talking about Colby.
Yep.
But
William
it's
Colby.
William Colby, but anyway. Okay, so 60, 201, and 21. All right, so I'm up and running here.
Awesome.
So 201 is November 22nd, 2017. And it says down front. And to me, Dave, all I could think about was the Kamala and Biden thing.
I think it says get your glasses. Because it says clown front.
Oh, I do have a little something here on the screen. Oh, yeah, clown front.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, then that one's thrown off. Here, I'll scratch that off. The rabbit can eat that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I thought I really had something there, Dave.
It did look like down front, but a little bit.
And you know what?
What?
Maybe it's supposed to look that way.
Mm-hmm. And what were you saying if it was down front? What were you going to say?
Well, I was going to say that looked to me like, you know, in the front row at the Dole.
Oh, yeah, down front.
You know, to pay attention to that, you know, questioning.
Well, same thing, clown front. That was, you know, Biden wearing a mask and, you know, acting the clown. And the clown, from a clown front standpoint, we're talking CIA. We're talking, Muslim. You know.
Well, the other thing you have to refer to is what we were just talking about with all the characters that she's been around in her tweets. You know, when you relate it back to whom, you can relate that back to all the people that are involved in that.
Yep. See,
Michael Kors and you know, the Sex in the City and you know, all the manipulation they've done through those you know, through the fashion industry and through you know, television, all that. You know, people a lot of times kind of try to make it sound like, well, they're just lying to us through the news, but they're influencing through every way they can. You know, this handbag is worth $600 and you can go buy a knockoff for $25.
What handbag?
Well, like a Michael Kors bag, they're like $600 for a small handbag. So you know, it's the brand that you're paying for, and it's what you know. Oh, everybody's getting it. It's so chic. And I thought that was really cool that this lady here that she's pictured with that you're scrolling through.
Yeah.
She's so cool. She had to wear shades.
I know, right?
And then I zoomed in. Her teeth are messed up really bad.
Yeah, I can see that.
If you zoom in, they don't even look real. Those are like butter teeth, but they're like her front four look like they're connected, and then they like go back really quick. If you zoom in, they're just like, ooh.
They're kind of squared off there a little bit.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird.
Yeah, isn't that weird? How they look like they're square, like it's a block of teeth.
It's like she could only afford 4 veneers.
And then see how her top teeth, like they look like they go straight back, and like they wouldn't even line up with their bottom teeth to like chew things. It's really weird looking.
Yeah. I think I saw, you know, those things that go, you know, the teeth.
The chattering teeth. The
chattering
ones
teeth.
you wind up and they go.
I think I saw a set of those at the dollar store that were defective. They had irregular written on them, and they were in this shape.
And she's got she's got lipstick on her teeth too.
Yeah,
I kind of looked at the. I think this is also pointing out HBO as a clown front.
Okay. Yeah, clowns in front, and here she's kind of dressed like a clown here. Of course,
Well, I kind of thought that the
tweet.
colors, the colors in her dress, reminded me of the colors of that picture of, when they were North Korea, in front of the Watch the Water one.
Yeah, the flowers, you mean?
Just the colors reminded me of the. Remember when the ocean is enraged behind it?
Oh yeah.
And also the flowers on the floor.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. So,
and look at how red these people are.
Yeah.
That to me is I know they could be in a room where they got red lights and blah 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 blah.
Yeah, it's just the lighting.
But people know about their images, and I know that Andy Cohen, the guy in the middle there, he is Anderson Cooper's lover.
Oh, okay.
And Anderson Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
And Anderson Cooper has been pointed to many times recently in my drops that I've gone to that he's going to be exposed. And if you look at what's happening to media,
and
he's a clown.
Speaking of clown front, yeah, no question.
Yeah.
No
and
question.
I don't know who these two other ladies are. Maybe the Sneds could help us out.
She's an actress, I think. Yeah, Sneds, can you help us out on this one?
She looks like a really bad Hillary Clinton. Maybe she's the actress playing her. Wouldn't that be great? And then look at the claws on that chick that's got her arm around Andy.
Uh-huh.
And then see the hands look weird on both of them. See how their hands are like, it's just weird. When I put my hand around somebody for a picture, I know my fingers don't do that. Like that spread, that's a weird looking thing.
Yeah, Barbara Heron says butter teeth, everything butter teeth.
Yeah. I guess that's better than summer teeth. Some are over here, some are over there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
but look at the like. The likes always. Didn't Andy Cohen go on there and like? I mean,
I know, right?
Weren't there more people at the
dude?
event?
There should be 13 people. There's 13 people in this picture alone. You know what I mean? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, 10. That would be like, oh, I want to like that because that's my ear in the back there. I was there and I talked to this guy earlier, and and here's this bald guy in the back. It's like, hey, look at you can see the shine on my head. I polished that for like a half an hour before I left the house. So, he's going to like
weird.
it. Yeah. So
it's absolutely amazing to me. And you've proven that you can hit like and it shows up there.
Exactly. That's why I initially did it the other day, right?
No, I know you're a human fan.
Hey, so let's go down to you want to do 60?
Yeah.
I got to stretch while you do this. Go ahead.
All right. Let me see if I can read. Gosh, I've got so many pulled up. There it is.
And we were just here, by the way, 2 days ago.
Yeah. And it's the same date as the release of her book, November 2nd. You can count the people who have the full picture on 2 hands. Of those less than 10 people, only 3 are non-military. Why is this relevant? Game theory. Outside of a potential operator who has been dialed in with orders specific to her mission, nobody else has this information. Operators never divulge. Alice in Wonderland. So we're going back again to the top of Q, which is, and it says less than 10 people. So we've always assumed that it was 10, but it says of those less than 10 people. I never looked at it that way. Only 3 are non-military. Interesting. And then we've been hitting on this Alice in Wonderland quite often as a sign off.
Yeah, very often.
And then we go to what, 21 on this one?
Yeah.
And then 21 is November 1, 2017. I've dumped some crumbs like this over the weekend, which started the intense shilling. At this point, we are far enough along you can paint the picture without the risk of jeopardizing the operation.
Yep.
We've been here many times.
Yep.
But look, I mean, I don't see a lot of people doing Huma posts.
No, they don't. And the reason we do Huma and we did, Comey the other night is because based on their frequency of their tweets, we are under the distinct impression that they are being, handled by the White Hats. And so if those very public, Twitters are tweeting so infrequently. Comey's got like 1.4 million followers. She's got like 70,000, but they're not doing anything with them until just recently. But I wanted to point out here that there's two things that we follow as tenets of this Truthcast. One is that there are no outside comms. So that that there are only communications, and Q said, learn our comms. And we know that Q is very numerological and very much into gematria and also but primarily into the timestamps and the numbers and the news unlocking the map. Because there's many notes on that. And so, but the main thing that we focus on here is no outside comms, right? And so if you're out there on the internet and you're talking about things that are happening or should be happening or are going to happen, if it's not coming from the drops, then that's known as an outside comm. And then if somebody's out there saying that they're a part of Q, number 60 sets that record straight because it says you can count the people who have the full picture on two hands. Of those less than 10, only 3 are non-military. So not only are there only 10 that know the whole picture, but there are only 3 that are non-military. Why is this?
I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you heard what I was saying. It says of those less than 10.
Mm-hmm.
That means the number is not even 10.
That's true. That's true.
Because so we always we always thought that it was like 3 non-military and 7 military.
Right.
So it could be 4.
Yep. Exactly. Nice catch on that, by the way.
I'd read that a million times and never caught that.
Yeah, same. Nice catch. So, why is this relevant? Game theory. Outside of a potential operator who has been dialed in with orders specific to his or her mission, nobody else has this information. So they're saying nobody outside those less than 10, only 3 non-military, have this information other than people that have something specific to their role, right? And then also operators never divulge. So even if they had this information, they can't divulge this information. Very simple. I mean, it basically keeps us inside the loop of the 5,000 drops. The news unlocks the maps. The timestamps taking us back into the drops at very specific times. Delta's taking us into the drops, and of course the the news unlocking the map. So all very good stuff there. Let's drop down to 6, my friend.
Yep. Scrolling. Oh, wow! I got so many drops. If you're there, go ahead with it.
October 29th, 2017, 9:48:50. Some of us, this is number 6. Some of us come here to drop crumbs, just crumbs. POTUS is 100% insulated. Any discussion suggesting he's even a target is false. Follow Huma tomorrow. Okay. What led us into this drop? Huma's tweet today. POTUS will not be addressing Nation on any of these issues as people begin to be indicted. Sussman and others on the way, and must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. To suggest this is the plan is false and should be common sense. Focus on military intelligence, state secrets, and why might that be used versus any 3-letter agency. What Supreme Court decision opened the door for a sitting president to activate what must be showed? This was Detroit. Why is POTUS surrounded by generals? Again, there are a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. This was a hostile takeover from an evil, corrupt network of players, not just Democrats, which we addressed earlier. Do you have that up yet, Todd?
Yeah, I'm there.
All right, take it away, would you?
And I think you have to look at the Republican leadership, which has been moving actually and giving the Democrats a lot of leash here lately. With Speaker of the House, or not the Speaker of the House, Mitch McConnell's been giving in and letting the Dems lift the debt ceiling. Giving them all the space and room to try to get their agenda through. Says, don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, Soros, Roths, Clintons, etc. We just saw Clinton today have more power present day than POTUS. Follow the money. It's the key. We just talked about Pelosi buying a $25 million mansion near Mar-a-Lago. We just talked about BO buying a Martha's Vineyard. We talked about Maxine Waters' $4.5 million house out of her district in California. The money that these people make at their jobs is not equal to what they're able to afford all of a sudden, especially when you go to Pelosi. I mean, that's the glaring one. Because, they're claiming that BO got a book deal. Well, you could see a president getting a $14 million book deal. But, the book probably didn't raise $14 million. So you got to watch the book deals. That's another way of laundering money and corruption. What is Pelosi's net worth by way of one example? Why coincidentally is her memory apparently going? Cover for possible future indictment to plead what? What if John M. never had surgery and that was a cover for a future out if needed against prosecution? Why did Soros transfer his bulk public funds to a non-for-profit? Note, this doesn't include massive slush funds that are pulled by several high-ups. Why did Soros' son have several meetings with Canadian Prime Minister, and how is that related to the Clintons? Again, back to the Clintons, but drawing Soros in. Why is MS-13 a priority? Well, that used to be their army, basically. Their minions carried out the nasty stuff, and then they, like Seth Rich. Could people pay such gangs to kill opponents, and why? And why? How to insulate against exposure? The truth is mind-blowing and cannot be fully exposed. these people are evil. Operation Mockingbird. All of that we knew, but it still relates to Pelosi going back. If you really look at things, when you look at this drop in 2017, you didn't know she was buying a $25 million mansion near Mar-a-Lago. I don't think Trump wants her as a neighbor. I don't think DeSantis wants her down there, to tell you the truth. But I mean, you have to look at this in totality, and you have to also look at it as it compares to today's News Unlocks the Map. It's just right in your face.
Sorry. The thing about this is that if you look at the how often we've read this, think of your favorite Bible verse and how often you've read that, or your favorite book and how often you've read that, or your, favorite quote by your favorite leader, or what, right? And so it's really what's significant about this is that we keep being led back into this. But how important is it that you and I have been through these drops so many times, and you just picked up less than 10 people. And I've never seen that. And I read this, I literally read this for the first time November 2nd, 2017. I mean, and I've never picked up on that. And so just something so simple, right? And then operators never divulge. Well, we didn't know we'd have, a bunch of people saying that that they know what's going on with Q and that they talk to Q, right? And that they're sharing this information. Like we didn't know back in 2017 that was going to be the case, right?
No.
So many things that maybe didn't make sense back then, that makes sense now. Now follow Huma. Back then, who was she? I mean, we knew she was Hillary's right-hand person, but we didn't know the significance, and we also didn't know how much in the public eye she would be right now, right?
Well, and most people at that time, Dave, knew about the Wiener deal, and
that's true. Yeah.
But she was also known for being Hillary's partner in the Comet Ping Pong and
right.
And
yeah. And then also don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, people talk about Obama. This is Obama's shadow presidency, right? Soros, he's, focusing, he's getting all the people coming up from the southern borders, and he's controlling the media. Rothschild still controlling the banking.
Soros they're starting to actually lift the veil on him funding all of the campaigns that got all these corrupt attorney generals
right.
In the position of power. And now look what they're doing to the cities. They're releasing criminals back out on the street that can go and mow down people with their cars.
Yep.
He's letting people out of jail that, kill people the next day.
And yet look at these, Antifa members that are facing felony charges, right? So we're starting to see, that's kind of coming around a little bit.
Yep.
But also just
the justice system.
Just to remind us that don't fool ourselves into thinking that these people have more power than POTUS, right? Meaning Trump, even though, he's not in the POTUS position, publicly as of now. So, then follow the money. Just keep going back into the money. So many of these things, and MS-13, why is the southern border so important for the Democrats to leave open? Well, it's because, they need their MS-13, they need their human trafficking, they need their slaves, they need their,
drugs,
their drugs.
Guns.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, my food was delivered. Uber Eats delivered this lovely platter, my friends.
What are we having tonight?
We are having a little cheese and what do you call it? Like a what do you call those things? It's not sausage, but not pepperoni, something. Little California roll, a little artisan bread, which doesn't bother me, the gluten, and then a lovely, of course, the lovely greens. Look at that, delivered by my lovely family. So, so that took us all the way down to 6. And
well, there's another way we didn't go that we didn't go down the 38. We didn't drop the 0, so we have to go to 38.
Okay.
And this is important too. This might be with everything that's going on that I'm hearing on the regular news about the financial system.
Yep.
There's some big things going on that could also factor into this one. But 38 goes back to Huma's book release date of November 2nd.
Right. Yeah.
And also, I mirrored all these too. So 38 and 83 are 1111. And Q said, we'll find out the meaning of 1111.
Nice. We'll go to 83 after this.
Yeah. This says 4 carriers and escorts in the Pacific. Why is that significant? Why is that relevant? To prevent other state actors from attempting to harm us during this transition? What transition are we talking about here? Russia, China, or conversely, all for North Korea, or all 3? Think logically about the timing of everything happening. So that's when that's what I said. I'm pulling back and I'm looking at all the information. Note increased military movement. Okay, did we see any military movement in Russia to the Ukrainian border? I'd say so. Did we see any Chinese military movement? Yeah, we've got Chinese military movement when they're flying over Taiwan with their jets all the time. And they're doing war games. Note National Guard deployment starting tomorrow. Note false flags. Have we had any false flags? I'd say we've had a lot of those. A lot of school shootings. A lot of strange murders.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's this say, Dave? Follow Huma?
There you go. Why would she tweet? Why would she tweet a timestamp that's going to lead us back to follow Huma?
Then it says, prepare messages of reassurance based on what was dropped here to spread on different platforms. What the hell do you think we do all the time?
Reassure that this is what's going on.
And the calm before the storm.
Wow.
So think logically about the timing of everything happening. And when you're talking about China, you cannot talk about China without talking about the elephant in the room, which is Evergrande. Evergrande on disclosed.tv or Breaking 911, the Evergrande's collapse is imminent. And Evergrande is 4 times larger than the banking system collapse in 2008, 2009, the Lehman Brothers collapse.
4
it's
times
4
larger.
Times that size. And you're not hearing a word about it. It's mentioned briefly here and there, but you're not talking. You're talking about ruining the banking structure of China, which would what? It would take the CCP out.
Yep.
It would take the CCP out. I see it as a CCP collapse. And then the other thing you're seeing in the Middle East, you're seeing the final reparations being paid out from Iraq to Kuwait for invading their border, which led to the Gulf War indirectly. But I'm seeing that as part of the information when you look at when you zoom up from the map. and you see everything happening, I tell you all the time, I think the stock market's always been a real good predictor of bad things to come or good things to come in the past, but it's not trading right now. So I think it's being artificially held up. But as it's artificially held up, it can also collapse quickly. If say somebody wanted it to do that, to expose it for what it is, for being one of the biggest Ponzi schemes in the history of mankind.
Well, two things. One, they basically had to hand over everything to the CCP yesterday. So that was huge, and so the CCP is now in control of Evergrande, and because they knew they were not going to be able to pay off their note, their loan. They were going to default. So 4 times the size of the 2008 U.S. and this could be the start of the quantum financial system. It could be the start of the reset, but the good reset, I think, certainly.
Yep.
And the Nassar Jassar possibly, but certainly it has all the markings of something major about to happen. Now, tell me more about your thoughts on the stock market and how you say it's not trading right. What do you mean by that? If you can tell the Sneds,
it's absolutely not trading right, because the flight to safety trades, and the risk on risk off trades are not jiving the way they normally do in the stock market. And what I mean by that is, what was it, last week we had that 905-point drop, and everything across the board dropped. There was no flight to safety. So in essence, what the market was telling us was that everybody that got out of the market went into cash. Normally that's not a real good move because there's tax consequences when you cash out your stock. So normally what people do, big investors, whales, the big investment groups, what they do when they pull a trade off of one side, they put it on another. So it's a lateral move. So in that move is usually in the past has been from stocks to either gold and silver or treasuries. And it could be in the 10-year treasury, and it's gone a little bit. It's gone up and down as the Fed chairman's talk, but the moves themselves are not equal. There's money going places it's not supposed. It normally doesn't go. So usually gold and silver is about 20% of a normal person's portfolio. 15 to 20. If you hold those positions, that means if all of a sudden, telecom is it's a bad day in the telecom, and you want to get out of that. You want to sell your Apple stock, and you want to do a lateral move into, the gold. You could go 2 different ways. You could go to the miners, or you could go to the actual physical gold itself. But that flight to safety trade, as long as you're making a move from one to another, you're not taking money out and putting it in cash. So that's not been the way the stock market's been working. And this market has not sniffed Evergrande being devastating like it did Lehman Brothers in 2008, 2009, when the housing crash hit. And do you remember how many banks had to be bailed out at that point, folks?
Yeah, all the big ones.
Hundreds of billions of dollars around the world. I mean, hundreds of billions, and way more than that. You don't even know. It was way more than that, because then all the central banks took their lending down to where they were actually paying banks to take money. They were loaning money out and giving them 0.5% or 1% to take the money. It reminded me of the trade in oil. Remember when Trump was in office and oil went down so far that they would pay you $35 a barrel if you had a place to put it?
Yep.
And that's when Trump filled up our strategic oil reserves and actually got paid to do it. And actually, he didn't. He didn't actually take the best trade that he could have, because he would have destroyed the oil market. He actually settled on a fair price with the oil producers. So that trade, if I had a tanker, let's say Todd's tanker's sitting out in the Gulf somewhere, and it was empty, and I could hold 100 million gallons, they would have paid me $35 a gallon to take it, or $35 a barrel to take it. That's where the trade was at that point. It's never been there in history.
It's amazing. And
I mean, doesn't that blow your mind? Here, I'll give you $35 and a barrel of oil. Take it.
It's insane.
And now we're up to, I think we're in the 70s now, $70 something a barrel, depending on what market. But anyway, what I'm saying is that the money is not moving right in the market at any point. Hasn't been for at least 6 months. There's nothing in this market with the way the labor situation is, with COVID possibility popping up at any point. Why are we at a record stock market?
Doesn't make any sense.
No, because, at some point, do you remember the .com bubble? Where everything with the .com was selling, was making money, and it was going up and up and up. And then when it all went down, there was somebody holding the bag at the end. Bubbles pop, and this market is beyond a bubble, whatever that term would be.
Stephanie is asking, can you please explain what is a black swan event?
A black swan event would be, the best one I could say would be December 7th, 1941. When an event takes place that no one could have predicted, that comes out of nowhere and just decimates the market, where everybody wants to jump out of the market. You can't have any money invested in the market. You got to pull out, and it just sucks the money out of the market, and it does it. A black swan comes from nowhere, like
September 11th.
Like when definitely. Lehman Brothers, to a point, there were people talking about that paper not being good, and it wasn't AAA rated, and none of the rating agencies have gone down for that, by the way. The rating agencies should have been taken out a long time ago for stamping that AAA paper.
Yeah, absolutely.
The S&P and Standard & Poor's should have gone down. Moody's rating system, Moody's should have gone down, because they're the actual people that say, hey, we've rated it AAA. It's good. It's a good investment. And then they send that out to the clearinghouses, where the clearinghouses make, people say, well, I want to put my money in a safe growth area. Can I buy this? And it was the housing, all the mortgages were bundled into these AAA rated vehicles to sell, and they should have been rated FFF. They weren't worth the paper they were printed on. That's what the whole thing. It was a Ponzi scheme.
And they all got paid.
Do you remember when bankers in California was big? Bankers in California were getting fired for not making loans to people who could not pay back their mortgage, could not pay that mortgage. They knew it from the beginning. But loan officers were getting, if they didn't sign the paperwork to have a maid and a part-time construction worker. I'll just put myself in there. You know, they could buy in California, they could have a $650,000 mortgage, or you know, they were just putting it out there to everyone.
They repealed Glass-Steagall. That was a huge thing under Clinton, and they were also under Clinton. They brought race into it, right? So they were they weren't lending as much to minorities, and so they changed all that.
That was definitely a part of it.
Yeah,
a bigger part than most people know. And then what did those people do? They just walked away, you know, when they couldn't make the payment. They just walked away. You know, nobody hurt, right?
Right.
And then that's when you had the McMansions sitting around empty because everybody was. I remember I went down to Missouri. I answered an article because I wanted to buy some appliances, and I went down to Missouri to a really nice area, and all the mansions were vacant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there wasn't a car, there wasn't kids playing in the neighborhood. They all had signs in the yard. And the house I went to, I went down for like a refrigerator or something. I ended up with a stove, a dishwasher, a microwave, because they were throwing it in so cheap just to try to get money out of everything.
Yep.
It was, and that was 2008, 2009, Dave. You're talking 12 years ago. Don't people remember?
Yeah. So
don't people remember? We were on the brink of collapse then.
Yeah. So in 1933, right, right after the Great Depression, in the heart of it, but after the stock market crash in 1929, they created the Glass-Steagall Act. And then which basically said that if you're a bank, you had to focus on commercial banking activities or investment. You couldn't do one or combine the two, right? And so you had companies like Morgan Stanley or J.P. Morgan that were a bank, but they were all about investment, right? Then you had, Bank of America, and that was all about just banking activity, right? But you couldn't combine the two, right?
Right.
But then somewhere around, I want to say, was it? Well, let me look it up here. I want to say 99. They eliminated Glass-Steagall restrictions, right? And so now banks were able to do both. And
that's what got them in trouble.
That's what got them in trouble in 2008.
Yeah, it didn't take very long.
Yep.
Because what they were doing was they were okaying mortgages for people who couldn't pay. They approved them as AAA, and then they sold the bundle of mortgages. Each bank, the loan officers at the banks were grouping them together. Moody's and Standard & Poor's would rate them AAA. Then they would put them on the market and sell them. And then some of those would get resold and resold and resold. And that goes with the time that when people wanted to look up the mortgage of their house and they went to their bank where they got their original loan, they couldn't find it. It had been sold so many times that they couldn't find it. So what they were doing, it was a Ponzi scheme. You see what I'm saying? And
There
that's
was
why
actually, there were people on the internet that were saying, go to your bank and ask to see your mortgage.
Yep.
Knowing that your bank no longer has your mortgage.
Nope. They sold the paper.
And you're not allowed to sell that debt. And you're not allowed to collect on that debt.
And whoever sold that paper sold the paper again. And every time they sold it, somebody made money.
And they were cooking those books by saying those were AAA or AA rated when they should have been trashed too.
And they turned them into an instrument on their own called mortgage-backed securities.
Which never could have happened if it weren't for Clinton repealing the Glass-Steagall Act.
Yeah, and that's like you were saying, Goldman Sachs, they do heavy investment in the markets and everything, but they're not a private bank where you can go have a bank account and they're not going to loan you money for your house. But there were banks that were dabbling, all they needed was 8-9 years to blow up the system.
Yep.
It happened that quick.
Yep, exactly. It went from 99 to 2008.
See, when you get a bunch of greedy guys in there and they say, "Hey, if we don't do it, we're not going to make the money." Everybody's doing it. It's all great. And there were people that were canary in the coal mines, and there were also loan officers that had integrity. And there were a lot of them that came out way before 2008, 2009 saying, this can't go on. And they were treated just as poorly as we are when we have information that we want to share with the general public. And sometimes they go, oh, God, I don't want to hear it, And they predicted it. They lost their jobs. A lot of good people lost their jobs because they didn't have it in their conscience to loan people money that they could never afford to pay back.
Yep.
And this went all the way around the world too. All that was connected. Look at what Great Britain. I mean, the banking system of England almost went down.
Yep. Barry says my mortgage was sold 6 times in 10 years.
And do you think that everybody that sold it made money on it? Because otherwise, why would you just sell it for the same amount that you purchased it for, right?
Yep.
And looking back on this, knowing what I know now, I wish the whole damn thing would have just collapsed then. Because then we would have already been launched into the Sara Jassar, but I don't think it was allowed to happen because the timing wasn't right. All of this stuff that we're going through, folks, is stuff that we have to go through. You have to show the people. Yeah, otherwise, if they would have just collapsed the banking system and made that some just huge, God, what would happen? I don't even know what would have happened, but you wouldn't have known about the pedophile networks, and you wouldn't have known about the people that were in the medical field that were trying to come up with bat viruses that could go around the world and kill people, and have people overreact and kill people with vaccinations. Would you know any of that? Would you know how bad the FBI is, or how bad that they'll kick in the door of someone who may have lied to Congress and have all their guns drawn, but they'll allow murderers to walk out of this, out on the street? You wouldn't know any of this stuff. Everything that we're seeing is to wake our asses up and if we're awake now and we're upset, just think when people know about the depravity and this satanic people that run this, and they find out about adrenochrome, and they find out about what depravity that they tried to show us when they put the kids' milk carton pictures in front of us in the 70s. I can remember sitting at my kitchen table eating my Fruit Loops going, why is there a picture of a kid on there?
Yeah.
And seeing the face of a missing kid on a child. I'm not saying kid because that would make us animals. Child.
Right. A goat.
they've been ripping off our children to the tune of $1 million a year that we know about for years. And a lot of those kids are never found again. Never. No trace.
And what's like the most basic thing that a family does together? Eat breakfast, right?
Yeah.
For the most part, right? And I look back at the milk cartons now, and you were lucky you had Fruit Loops. I had to eat like granola with wheat germ in it from Vitamin Wally, and but
Wally, what a great
but
guy.
It was, what's that?
What a great guy.
Thank you, man. Yeah, we got to have him back on. But it was to normalize it. That was to normalize it.
Yeah,
to make it a part of your morning breakfast.
It makes my stomach turn now to think, it was right in front of our faces then. But I can also remember some weird times that I had with weird people that I think maybe I was, I think maybe if I would have done something differently, I could have easily been one of the missing. Just weird situations, people following. Like when I had my paper out, and it's really weird, but there are stories of a lot of kids that disappeared that had paper outs because they were easy, right?
Right.
They were out there every morning and they were out there alone, and and nobody's on the streets. I was out doing my paper out at 5 a.m, 4:30 a.m. sometimes, and just like weird, like the white van following slowly behind you type of thing, and it gave me the creeps then. But I think back on it, and I've heard of a lot of like paper boys and paper girls that were abducted.
I never heard that.
Yeah,
but it makes sense.
Yeah, there were stories that, and they were the stories that I heard were about people they were actually in probably maybe better neighborhoods than where I was from. Maybe they didn't want me, Dave. They're probably like, yeah, let's take past that.
I didn't want to say anything.
I was keeping my mouth closed.
Yeah, we can do better than that.
Yeah,
but, not to make a joke of it, but what I'm saying is,
right.
I've heard the story about the well-dressed, looked like he wasn't from the United States. Let's put it that way. He was a foreigner, well-dressed, and approached multiple times, and then finally the child told the young person told their parents about it and told other people about it, and eventually it even made it to the FBI, but they ended up disappearing.
Yeah.
And so it was like a multiple thing, it was like they came multiple times, and there was documentation on it, but of course the FBI did nothing.
Right.
And CPS, you would know about how they take children out of the home, and the system is so corrupt, and when this goes down, that's going to be the Great Awakening, I believe, because there's not a lot of people out there who are going to defend what they're going to find out. How do you defend that? It's indefensible. And that's the last big actual hammer to drop, I believe, is maybe something will come out of this, Maxwell. I don't put a lot of, I can't say I know or feel even sense the way that's going to go, because I've looked at it both ways. I've looked at it as they've already exposed, Comey's daughter is the prosecutor.
Right.
The judge is a Democrat that was appointed by Obama. So we're already painting this picture that nothing's going to happen. But if we also believe that, like I believe, that the white hats are in control, because a lot of this it's got to be staged, or it's just the craziest set of coincidences.
Right.
If it is a staged event, then maybe they're using those people to actually get justice, because they'll be threatened. Not, if they don't carry out justice, then Yeah, Dave and Todd, we're in John Wayne Gacy country. He actually went to Springfield High for a short time.
Wait a minute. Did he really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit. When?
It was when he was in high school.
Nice one.
That's a good response, man.
Dude, yeah. Todd's so used to not knowing shit. He's good at making shit up to make it look like he knows it.
Hey, this is a truth cast. I'd tell you the truth, but yeah, he went to high school in high school. I don't know. I think it was in the late 50s, early 60s, maybe.
Wow. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of stuff waking up. Yeah, serial killers, MK Ultra. Yeah, to make us fear.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the exposure of this is going to be, we think we've been exposed to a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think we'll ever find out a lot of it.
Yeah.
There's that drop that says the choice to know will be yours.
Right.
But you're going to know, everybody's going to know. I mean, that news is going to travel like wildfire when it comes out of, why the borders were left open, the true meaning behind the wall.
Yeah.
What's going on with all that nonsense. And, talking about National Guard movement, I saw where Texas, are using their National Guard to actually, the boats are out in the rivers and they're trying to stop people from coming over. So that could also be troop movement.
Well, that's also note 38, note National Guard deployment starting tomorrow, and increased military movement.
Yeah, I just think this pimple's coming to a head here. And I mean, I agree. And you can see the desperation on the other side. They've got to get this bill through by Christmas. They've got to do it.
Yeah.
Otherwise it's not going to happen. They're scrambling as their approval ratings drop to 0. They're going to be at negative numbers if they could possibly get there.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Just checking Scavino, see if he dropped anything, but nothing.
Oh, there's a lot of meat on this bone.
Oh yeah, still got some meat on this bone. All right.
Well, yeah, I mean, this ties a lot, Dave. That by the time you mirror all these and you do the 1254 timestamp and the 1102 and do all the blue numbers, it's all big. It all ties together and it's all good. Timing wise for information that applies to today as well as 2017, 18, 19.
Well, look at 83, just mirroring 83 is simplified. Alice in Wonderland, Hillary in Saudi Arabia, references Hillary Clinton in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, Saudi Arabia, the Bloody Wonderland. So, Todd, let's just...
Well, remember Hillary Land.
And Hillary Land, which was Tapper yesterday, or Tapper's interview with her yesterday. Yep. So, Todd, let's just role play for a second, and let's say, do you want to be Hillary or do you want to be Huma?
I think I'd make a better Huma since I'm a little younger than you.
Okay. All right. I'll be. All right. I'll be Hillary.
My hot tea.
I'll be Hillary.
Height wise, you're about the same too.
I'll be Hillary standing by my man. So amazing how she got famous by her husband, screwing other women, and then she stood up for him because she was. At the time, people were like, "Oh wow, I admire her for sticking with her husband even though he's a shit." Right? Meanwhile, we had no idea who the real shit was.
Oh my God.
So, all right, I'll be Hillary. And and you be Huma, okay? And I'm gonna give you a call. Ring ring. Ring,
Hello.
ring.
Hello.
Hello, Huma.
Hello, Hillary. Nice to talk to you today.
Huma, I just checked your tweet. And again, the time of your tweet was just horrendous because I followed it into that Q asshole drops. And
what is Q? I've never heard of Q before.
Yeah, you know Q, you idiot. Q's the one that says follow you all the time, and that's the only reason why you got 70,000 followers is because they're all Q people. But and he also says, follow the mirror, do something with a mirror. I don't know. Look at your butt from the mirror. I don't know. But at any rate, one of the mirror numbers is 83, and it's all about me. And the first one is about me, and the second one's about me. Would you just pay attention to what time you're tweeting, for crying out loud?
Well, I'm just so excited about my book deal that came out. Oh, hold on. I can't say that.
Your book, you mean that old rag?
The White Hats just told me I can't talk about that, H.
Yeah. Okay. White Hats? What are you talking about? The White Hats. You've been talking to the White Hats?
The good guys. They said they were going to come after you later.
Yeah. I've been dodging the good guys for a long time.
A long time.
So that would be a conversation that would absolutely happen between friends. Okay? I would say, listen, dumbass, stop tweeting tweets that go directly to me. Okay? Can you do that?
It's only the 27th time I've done it. I don't know why you're upset.
Exactly. And by the way, next time you hire an artist, don't have them put a number in my dress that goes directly back to me. 27.
You mean like
exactly.
27?
Yeah. All right. That would be a conversation that two friends would have. Okay.
27 is my favorite number, though, Hillary.
Kathleen says I'm still awake. It's 2 a.m. here. Ha 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 ha. She's laughing. Yeah. So unbelievable. So we know it's got to be a white hat tweeting for Huma. Otherwise, they're just trolling us.
There's no way that they could have hit this nail on the head so many times. No way.
No.
You couldn't have.
How many coincidences? You said it earlier tonight. How many coincidences before it's mathematically impossible?
Just pick a time to tweet. Just like 2:44 tomorrow. See if let's see what 2:44 is. Just pick a number. Just pick a time.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Okay. Let's go to 2:44 tomorrow.
2:44.
Okay, I'm going to go into 2:44, right?
And see if we can not hit something that says Hillary.
Okay, just random. 2:44. Less than 10 can confirm me, which is kind of cool because we were just on that, right?
Less than 10.
Dude, that's crazy right now. That is crazy. That you just pulled
God.
That is crazy, dude. That is unbelievable.
What?
We just did that in less than 10. Holy shit.
But look at all the coincidences, too.
Oh, my God. Do it, Q. Coincidence. Twitter retweet coincidence. Twitter. Oh, my God. Picks coincidence meant only for you. God bless Q. Does it say anything about Hillary Clinton?
Oh, my God.
That's unbelievable. Homa, so tomorrow, will you please just tweet at 2:44? Okay, please, because it doesn't have anything about me, along with about 3,000 other tweets or timestamps.
Wow,
dude, that's crazy. That you just pulled that out of your hat. Why did you pull that out of your hat?
It just came to me. It just went. I went. I was thinking of a time that wouldn't hit where I knew where the Huma drops were.
Wow. All right, so it did lead us to 174, coordinated effort to silence. It would only get worse. All for a LARP, right? Meaning the Q, the whole Q thing. And then coordinated effort to silence. It will only get worse. That was November 20th, 2017. Q completely predicting.
Everybody right now is talking about how Facebook is taking them down now at a higher rate than they ever have.
Yep.
There was a post that somebody said, "Hey, if you've been taken down off of Facebook, post, if you're having problems with getting booted off of Facebook, post here." And there were like 300 comments.
Really?
It was like, wow. I just got booted off this week. I just got booted off today. I just got booted. I was like, holy crap.
Yep.
So this is directly related to that.
Yep. Cheshire's Tree of Insight says Huma doesn't seem smart enough to know how to do it, right? Like to tweet the numbers that would go directly into the drops and the mirrors and all that. But no. Unbelievable. Yeah, and this was in November 20th, 2017. And I don't know if she's basing that based on, your Huma or Huma in general. But coordinated effort to silence, it will only get worse. Yeah, you think so? Where the most popular man on social media at 80 million followers is absolutely wiped off social media, it will only get worse. Do you think Q was ahead of its time on this prediction? We all lose our accounts because one of the satanic queens, Chrissy Teigen, who has tweeted over and over and over again about pedophilia and getting all excited about young children and babies, and we're the ones that get nuked off Twitter. At jackass, okay. So 74.
The Taliban had a Twitter account, Dave.
Yes, thank you.
The leader of Iran had a Twitter account.
Khomeini.
And they took our president off?
Exactly. Yeah, it's so obvious. It's so blatantly absurd. And 74, November 4th, Q equals Alice. You'll soon understand the meaning behind Alice and Wonderland. Everything has meaning. God bless.
Oh, my God. There we go talking about Hillary again.
Yep. But we had to get there from a side channel. But in this particular thing, they're not talking about Hillary. They're saying Q equals Alice. So this one's about the supercomputer, most likely.
Well, there you go with the 11/11, Dave.
Oh, nice.
7/4 on November.
Yeah.
11/11. Oh, you want to talk about supercomputers, do you? I think my oh yeah.
But that was insane, Todd. That was insane. You went to 244 and that was there. That was ridiculous.
It's like pull a number out of your hat.
By the way, Harry says I get Harry Balsack says I get put into Facebook jail for memes now. Are you sure it's not because of your name, Harry?
I think it's French, Dave. It's Balsac.
Yeah. So Q told us how to do memes where we wouldn't get tagged.
Yeah, you have to block out like 25% of it. So you have to take like a black marker on when you're editing.
If this is a square, it's like the corners. You take the corners out of the square.
Yep.
Like a cross. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We got to start doing that.
We should have been memeing a while back.
Yeah, totally. Robert Smith says he's suspended on both his Facebook accounts.
I mean, yeah.
I've been good. I haven't been getting out there.
Well, the one thing that you do have to do is you have to, like, I speak in code a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, you have to take all of the fact checker bots. Anything with fact, spell fact any way you can, checker any way you can, even with the QUER finish. And you also have to use what are those? What's the name?
There's Reuters.
Reuters.
Yeah.
And there's a name.
Do you guys know how to go into that? I could show the sneds on my account right now.
Go under blocking.
Alexander.
Uh-huh.
Demetrius Alexander, in any way, shape, or form, you have to spell it all different ways. Demetrius Alexander. There's I've blocked probably 300 fact checkers, I believe.
So where do you go? Where do you go on this?
Cindy, can you guide him through?
Oh my God! You just said Dimitri, and it's Demarius Thomas died at age 33.
Oh my God!
NFL. That's
Demarius Thomas died.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I know. That's why I was like, what?
He's NFL receiver Demarius Thomas dies at age 33.
Oh my God. Heart. Jeez. Vax.
It's coming to our shores, I'll bet. Because we haven't had a lot of athletes yet here.
Broncos.
Oh my God. Found dead in his home. Former Denver Broncos wide receiver. And
interesting.
They're going to be like, we don't know. What happened? Don't know.
Can't hear.
Can't hear it?
No.
Oh,
man, that's young.
Yeah, he was a really good player, Dave.
What a shame.
And talk about in shape. I mean, he was muscular. He was strong. He was a rock.
Wow.
What do you want to bet he was that jabbed?
Well, that's got to come. That's got to come.
He's with the Patriots?
No, Broncos.
Well, he was with the. I don't know where he is now.
Yeah, New England Patriots. No, against the New York Giants Thursday, 2019. Okay.
Yeah, he was retired.
Yeah, he was with the Broncos.
Well, he did play a little bit.
Thomas, who was 33 when he died, signed with the Patriots before training camp in 2019 while making a comeback from an Achilles injury.
Yeah.
He was the star of the Patriots' final preseason game before being traded to the New York Jets for a 6th-round draft pick in early September. They won't say anything about a vaccine, I guarantee that.
Oh, no. No.
By the way, who was it that said about a week ago, tweeted something about it's about to come out that many of the NBA players have gotten illegal vaccine cards, fake vaccine cards?
There's a lot of there's a lot of football players too that have gotten them.
Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, and they're getting busted out for them too. And a lot of the players have like a high ankle sprain that has lasted for like so many weeks now that I think it's jab related. They're just not coming back because of that. But back to that John Wayne Gacy thing.
Yeah.
Mike Leasing, who we went to school with, Dave.
Yeah.
He said, "Hey, dude, I wanted to chime in and say that I trick-or-treated at his house. He lived 5 houses down from me in Lake Town, John Wayne Gacy."
Is Mike listening now?
He must be.
Hey, Mike, how you doing, bud?
Wow.
That's holy cow. He trick-or-treated.
Yeah, he trick-or-treated.
And Mike first got a little nervous when he looked into his bag and there was just a bloody thumb.
Well, Dave, didn't we just see Clown Show?
Yeah. Oh my God, he was a clown.
Yeah.
Oh, remote viewer. Great call, man. Oh man, you got to be kidding me.
Oh, he got it at the same time. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mike.
Mike's calling.
Wow.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, I would love to tell that story, man.
He said he'd love to tell that story, Dave.
All right.
Can you hear him?
Yeah. Can you put him up to the to the speaker? Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey, good to hear your voice, Dave.
Yeah, you too, man. It's been a long time.
Long time listener, first time caller. Yeah, my friend, I grew up with I don't know if you guys remember Whitney Burnett.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But all right, so Whitney and I were best friends in grade school at Little Flower, and we're dressed up as hobos, and we were trick or treating and doing all the stuff that we did. I think this was like 7th grade maybe, and and we went. This was Normandy Road in Lake Town. I lived on Saxony Road. I don't know if you guys know where that is.
I do.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't remember.
So I lived on the second house on Saxony Road from right off of Stevenson Drive.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
So my buddy Whitney and I are out trick or treating, and it's like it's getting close to like 9 or 10 o'clock or whatever, and we just left the White Hen Pantry that was across the field, and we went to go back to my house on Saxony, and this car pulled up and parked, and the porch light went on, and we're like, porch light, game on. And so we went up to the house, and the guy answered the door, and it was John Wayne Gacy, and we're like, trick or treat, and so he like, I mean, there's no great ending to this story, by the way, but
well, you survived.
That's all right. The fact that you're still here is a great ending.
House, they dug up that house years later after he got found out. But so Whitney and I are like, bags open, waiting for a treat, and he's like, he puts his hands through his hair, and he goes, "Oh, okay, wait a minute," and then he goes back. And he leaves for a couple, seconds, or, I don't know, 30 seconds, 45 seconds. And he comes back, and we both ended up getting an apple. And so that was my John Wayne Gacy story. But, like, we could have been the victims, but he hadn't started that yet, That's those guys, once they started, it's an addiction. And they can't ever stop. But years later, when he was found out, they dug up that house too to look for victims, and they never found anything.
Wow.
But he lived on Normandy Road in Lake Town.
Wow.
Just like 3 or 4 houses from Stevenson Drive.
Wow.
What a clown show.
Kevin says you were the apple of John's eye. Sometimes how you see, a girl ends up with somebody, and you're like, oh, I can't believe she's dating him, and you think, why not me, right? Do you ever think about that with Gacy? Do you ever think like, hey, what was wrong with me, man? You know what I mean? Like, what's that?
Too soon?
Why not me? Why not me?
Well, Dave, I've known some of the girls you dated, and Like,
Wow, he brought it.
That was a bird.
Yeah, I was opening myself up to that.
First time caller, last time caller.
Hey, guys, I love you very much, man. You know, it's been a wild, crazy last, going on 24 months, and it's you're bringing it, and I appreciate it, and Dave, I communicate with Todd here and there, and there's so many conspiracies, and it's not just theory anymore. Most of this crap is coming true.
Well, yeah, that's all they say is, the difference between the conspiracy theorist and the truth is 6 months. Yeah.
Yeah. For me,
conspiracy fact.
I think it's 15 years actually.
You're bringing it, and it's like, most of my family has been taking the jabs.
Oh God.
And I don't even talk to them about it anymore.
You can't, bro. Right? I mean, it's
like it's the what is it? Dissonance.
Cognitive dissonance. Yeah.
We have been programmed all our lives that vaccines are, the way to go, and I'm not certain that all vaccines are evil, but I know this one is. And
right,
guys, I want everybody to know that, like, it's a spiritual war, and we have to step up, man. We have to step up and share information.
Yeah.
And I love you guys. You and I, Todd and Dave, we spent wonderful times in high school.
Yeah.
And when you guys were talking about skitching later, I was like, man, I remember the skitching
stuff.
Man. That was a Springfield.
And I did it with people
Yeah, right. Hey, Mike, I was just looking down at I got your Facebook page pulled up. I hope you don't mind. You'll probably get hit up by some Snedheads here. But I looked down and I saw that I had to add you as a friend because you're not friends with Paul Michaels yet.
I don't know Paul Michaels.
Well, that's my Facebook name because I had to go back in under a different name because
I haven't been paying attention. But I'll tell you, dude, I have withdrawn from Facebook. I am so against
Good
the
for
whole
you.
concept and the people behind it, and so my 56th birthday was in July, and I haven't even responded to all the people that wished me well and a happy birthday.
Wow.
I just
well,
don't
good for
have
you.
the heart to be on Facebook anymore.
I feel you, man.
System.
Well, we just stay there to do the battle.
Yeah. That's the only reason I'm still there. I mean, it's just that because, like you said, we got to share the information. And quite honestly, if you look at so many of the people on Facebook, that's one of the battlefields we're needed the most because it's just people are asleep, posting pictures of their vaccines and. Still, it's just so it's a battlefield for us, and that's the way we look at it. But I get you, I feel you, because the other thing too is I've noticed at times when I take breaks from social media, I'm not triggered as much. I'm not getting a lot of information that I think I lost them. I think I lost you guys. They'll call back in. But that was Mike Wiesing, a friend of ours and a classmate of ours from high school, and calling in with the John Wayne Gacy story of trick-or-treating at John Wayne Gacy's, and he and his buddy each an apple. Yeah, pretty wild. Unfortunately, it was before he started doing his thing. So pretty trippy, pretty trippy. Let's see. Let's see. Remote viewer, what's that Paul Watt here? Like a GHS 83 reunion. What? What's up with that? Is that right? That's right. Yeah, Paul. That's right, man. You're dialed in. You're dialing in with 7K, brother. Yeah, I've been meaning to connect. Okay, very cool. Let's see. Hey, Dave, if you see me, it's really Sean Hickey. Confirm me if you like. Awesome. Oh, on Facebook, brother? Okay. Let me... And by the way, folks, if I haven't friended you on Facebook, please forgive me. I haven't. I'm at 2,500 friends, but I haven't done the thing. Haven't done the friend thing. Yeah. But at any rate, I'll do it. As a matter of fact, Jen, would you mind going through and doing some of that on my Facebook page? Feel free to just everybody that's requesting my friendship, please go ahead and request, and Jen, I'll have Jen confirm, and we'll be up to 5,000 right away. I don't know if can we do more than 5. I used to be able to do. I was well over, I think 100,000 on Facebook. The account, the business account, and I just haven't reopened a business account. But there they are. They're back.
We went to high school together.
There you go.
Yep.
You back?
Yep. Yeah, we lost connection there just a minute. Are you back up, Dave?
Yeah, I'm still on.
I can't see you.
Oh, hold on.
Dave's not black. Dave's a white guy.
His screen is black at the moment, though.
Okay, what's going on? This is odd. Hold on.
Yeah, your screen's black.
Okay, this is weird. Okay,
there now you're back.
There we go. Okay.
All right, you're back.
There we go.
So he was just saying this. Yeah. His favorite part of the show is Todd, and how much he usually naps during Dave's talk, and then when Todd comes on, he wakes up and listens. That's what I heard anyway.
Actually, I have an algorithm programmed. As soon as it hears Todd's voice,
it kicks off. It kicks off. I've got
a little thing on my watch like James Bond. You know?
Did you get that from Elon Musk? Because I think he has one too.
Yeah, right. You guys, man, I can't tell you how much I love what you guys are doing. And I really appreciate you letting me call in tonight, man.
Thanks, brother. Hey, I don't think we have a choice. Knowing what we know, I think if you don't share the information, then you're not doing what you need to do to help humanity. I mean, that's the way I feel about it.
Yeah.
Guys, look, the bottom line is, I don't know what the last count is, but what do we have? 7.4, 7.8 billion people on the planet?
Yeah.
The last time I counted them, we had 7.49237 people.
Okay,
nice.
So are those all voters?
Yeah, they all voted for Biden, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So, but look, there are a lot of beautiful, wonderful, God-loving human beings on this planet that don't want to die, and there's the 1% of the 1% who wants to control us, and they don't give a shit about us.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, we are power in numbers.
Oh my God! If people only realize we can change our own futures just by a certain action.
Yep.
And it doesn't require violence.
No.
But like you look at what's happening in Israel, that they're screwed. You look at Australia and Austria. Oh my God.
Yeah. It's tragic.
These people are succumbing to the worst human tragedy that has ever been recorded, as far as I know.
Well, our Aussies are fighting. I know that. Yep. I don't have too many Austrian connections, but I can tell you that we have a lot of Aussies out there, and we're praying for them. But man, they're in a battle.
Yeah, and man, they're gonna. It's gonna be a hard battle because they took their guns.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'm not saying that guns are the answer. What I'm saying is, at some point, guns might have to be the answer.
If they're not the cure, they're in fact a deterrent. The world's largest standing army is China right now with 2.5 million, and we have 70 million gun owners in this country. With Dave always says 131 million guns, I believe was the number he used.
No, it's we got a my last count was something like 180 million gun owners with over 300 million guns.
That sounds more like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I've been I'm spending a lot of time in Palo Pinto, Texas. I've been dating this girl out there, and my buddy Cody Bud Price told me, "Look, man, if the shit hits the fan, come to my house." Because he literally has 1,000,000 rounds and lots of
hold on. Before you tell us anything else, maybe you shouldn't have used his full name. Okay, so don't go any further. All right. So my buddy Frankie Willis, who lives at 5384 Main Street, has 1,500,000 rounds, 5 AK-47s.
I did change the name.
To protect the innocent.
Okay, to protect the innocent. Good. Okay, go ahead.
Right.
Continue.
Continue. I made that one up. But
okay, good.
But he told me if the shit hits the fan, come to my house, and everybody load up, and then we'll just go back again.
So
there's a lot of people like that,
dude. Yeah, exactly, dude. That's in Texas. Here in California, people say, "Hey, man, listen. If the shit hits the fan, come to my house. I got wet wipes." Okay, that's the difference between California and Texas.
Dave, are you moving?
Yeah, hell yeah, man. I got to.
I know that's a big undertaking because of course you have to sell your house and.
Well, fortunately, I rent, or unfortunately, it should be. Okay. It's unfortunate because if I was able to buy this house when I moved in, it quadrupled in price. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm considering moving. Leaving my house and moving far out to the country for a lot of reasons, and you guys all know why, right?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
I can literally, I can go out and I can hunt hogs, and I can grow vegetation, and I can, I'm very seriously thinking about making this move.
Well, I mean, dude, if you're not seriously thinking about making that kind of a move, when will you? because this is we've never, if you ain't doing it now, you'll never do it because it's not.
Do you need another nudge, Mike?
Yeah, exactly. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for the meteor to start, blotting out the sun as it comes right for you? I mean, what kind of evidence do you need?
I was really waiting for Bill Gates to put his what's the shit he's about ready to try to put up in the atmosphere.
Oh yeah, to blot out the sun.
Yeah, right. Well, that's pretty.
There you go.
Pretty smart.
That's it. Yeah. Dude, you were starting to listen back when I was walking the beach back in the day, weren't you?
You had like 9 people when I started listening.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, when you came on, I think we're at 1,700, but I think we're down to 9 now. So,
boy, that's two things.
No, dude, you're awesome, man. You're awesome.
Anybody with the live John Wayne Gacy,
dude, that was perfect. And how, Mike? Did you catch?
I just want to say,
yeah.
It didn't matter. He like, okay, I'm really telling you, he didn't touch me really.
Well, dude, if he had, you wouldn't be here. We'd be,
probably.
We'd be trying to find you with a metal detector,
Yeah, right.
I mean, I knew he was wearing a watch. And by the way, I got the headphones for it. I knew he was wearing a watch. Where is he?
I mean, like, I remember that night very vividly, and then, like, years later, he got, busted, and they dug up his house and all that shit, and it was, like, I even talked to my old buddy Whitney. I was like, do you remember that night? And he's like, yeah, I remember. It was, like, wow.
So, dude, one of the things that you said, which like I can just visualize, is that when he went to the door and you said trick or treat, and he was like, oh, and he ran his hands through his hair and said, wait a minute, I'll be right back. And then he went and got you 2 apples.
Right.
And this is the dude here, the Plain, Illinois. Wow.
Clown show.
And we had that that drop earlier on the clown show.
Oh my God.
Well, and guys, like, I get into the clowns, but, I don't know, man. I go down a lot of rabbit holes. And when it comes to clowns, I've never had a fear for them. I've never been creeped out by them until I woke up. But,
yeah.
Well,
right.
The Masonic rituals with clowns and it's pretty creepy. And it's the 1% of the 1%, and the Freemasons and the Shriners, and most of them are all great people, and they join those organizations to help people.
Yes.
As they graduate to higher levels, they single them out.
Right.
And those are the bad ones.
Well,
and,
when you think about it, along
I
those.
go too deep for the audience, by the way.
Oh well, that's not possible. Other than the fact that the time of the night, but when you're talking about those societies, if you will, right? Rotary, Masons, and
I
all
was
these.
a Rotary member.
Is that right? My dad was. My dad always was. Did the pancake breakfast.
Good intentions.
Yeah, great intentions and great people. I met some great people through Rotary. I've been to some meetings, but when we start to find out that Red Cross and, United Way and all these children's charities, right? And all these children organizations.
They're the ones that are doing the damage.
By the way, our dear friend, Kristalina Pringle, just saved another child from CPS.
Yes, she did.
She is kicking ass.
Oh, she's amazing.
Yeah. And by the way, guys, just so you know, Kristalina, we donated a 7K account to her. Nancy and I did. And because we want to, plug in some Snedheads underneath Kristalina so that we can support her work. So keep that in mind when you're getting involved with 7K, if you want to get in under Kristalina and support what she's doing.
She's a wonderful child advocate.
Wow. Yeah,
she's doing amazing work.
She's a warrior.
Yeah. But
and guys, really, what we're doing here is I mean, it's really not about us. I mean, I'm 56 years old. I'm on the downhill run. But man, our kids and our grandkids are what really matters, and we have to fight for them.
Absolutely. And if we don't stand up for the world we're leaving our children to, they won't be able to stand up.
If not us, somewhere. If not us, who? If not now, when?
Yeah. And UNICEF. So all these organizations, all these charitable organizations are going to be, we're going to discover that they were a front for the actual workings underneath. It's like the
right. It's trafficking and It's all the ones. I mean, I don't want to say all of them, but every organization. Well, many of the organizations that are pro child and child protection are lying to us because they're pro traffickers.
It's wolf in sheep's clothing.
Oh, so
and it's the old Saul Alinsky rules for radicals. It's the projection. You project upon another what you're guilty of. It's like the Trump Russia inclusion, right?
Right.
Day one, I was like, guys, Hillary was the one that conspired with the damn Russians, and they're projecting it upon Trump. And so I had to have arguments with people for the next 4 years. And it's like, but there's projection that happens. And so all these organizations are projecting upon others, they're the bad guys, all the while they're trusted. And so you send them your children, you bring them in for disaster relief. Next thing you know, they're trafficking the children out of there. And so when that stuff comes out, it's not going. It's like the Catholic Church. I mean, we grew up Catholic, right? We went to Christ the King,
and I believed in it.
Yep, exactly. But then we grow up and we find out, about the Vatican, and we know how many fantastic people were at Griffin and Sacred Heart that were Catholic priests and nuns, and except for the nuns that didn't appreciate our play that we put on at the Tri-High dance.
Well, they didn't have a very good sense of humor.
No, and I had a nun tell me I ought to be ashamed of myself as we ran off stage. But at any rate, the good people in the Catholic Church, all up and down it, and yet it was literally a front for pedophiles. Not
Yes, and Dave.
Yeah.
It's the 1% of the 1% in every one of those organizations.
Yep.
A lot of guys became priests for the right reason.
Exactly.
But then they're they hone in on the ones who are pedophiles, and they bring them up through the ranks.
And they enable them. They more than enable them.
They defend them.
Yeah. Exactly.
And I've looked, man. I grew up at Little Flower, and then transferred over to Blessed Sacrament, and I still have faith in that church. I don't have faith in the well, I think our Pope is evil.
Yeah.
And I think that again, the 1% of the 1%. It's the we could go into Khazarians and all that stuff, but what I'm saying is it's an evil world out there. Yeah. We are blessed to be awake, and we have the power to one by one, take these people out. We've had a lot of illegal, a lot of lawsuits that are helping us in our travels, in our goal. And man, we just have to keep fighting, and we have to keep sharing the word.
Just what we were talking about, the New York Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. They had a spring luncheon, and guess who was there? This gal right here, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, right.
Giving a creepy foot massage to her man, and the path we're going down here is that she was the handler. She came from Robert Maxwell. She came from the money, and when you think about it, one of the things I always think about is, why does he keep her around? Because he's got all these young gals, and she's an older gal, and maybe they're pals, but also, it's like, if she's the one with the money, if she's the one with the connections, she is going to be able to stay around. As we're looking through all these
you
pictures.
Guys, a lot of people don't believe that adrenochrome is real. And I'm telling you, everything, I've researched this stuff, man. It's real. And these people are evil, and they are exploiting and killing our babies, and it's evil.
Yep.
And but what a lot of people don't understand, this shit's been going on for thousands of years, and it's the same.
Yep.
It's the same heritage. It's the same, it's the same people, and we have to put a stop to it. And we can.
Yep. And this is, here's Epstein, and he's sitting in the same seat as the Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah.
And at the Queen's cabin, right? And here she's got her son Andrew, who's a pedophile, Charles, who's a pedophile. Andrew's buddy was Epstein. Charles' buddy was Jimmy Savile, and what? She's immune to all this. She's not involved in all this. She's not still alive because she's been drinking the blood of children. I mean, who are the conspiracy theorists here? The people that look at this and don't think they're connected. What's that?
Diana didn't die for nothing.
Oh, I know. I know.
She knew.
Yeah.
And I've always believed, we've got all the shit on Lincoln and Kennedy and why they died. We know why they died.
Yep.
And Diana, same deal. She knew.
Yep. Absolutely. And she was taken out because of it.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And like anybody who ever fought against the the World Bank, the Rothschilds, died. Lincoln, Kennedy.
Yep, exactly.
Thinking of the.
It's all the banking. It's all the
Thematic.
banking. All the banking.
It's all the same. It's all about money. The Rothschilds have $800 trillion.
Yep.
Or I think maybe it's 600. That's 80% of the world's wealth.
It was 500 trillion was the number that if we just took what we knew they had, like 200 years ago or 300 years ago, something like that. And if you just took what they had then and took the interest forward, it doesn't even take into account the fact that they've owned the Federal Reserve Bank since 1913. So I think it's even more than 800 trillion.
And Dave,
yeah.
I think one night you should dive into the how that all happened. And I don't know that you haven't.
Dude, you know what I'm going to do? I've already reached out to G. Edward Griffin. I'm going to have him on.
That'd be awesome.
Right?
Because, like, if you understand what the Titanic and the Olympia, and
the Olympic,
and who died on that night, and why they died, it's a rude awakening.
Yep, Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss. They were all against the formation of a central bank.
Well, and Huma's mentor is married to a Goodyear, which owned land on Jekyll Island and was probably involved.
That's right.
Yeah. So there's your tie to Huma.
And how Charles Hershey and what's his name that put the Titanic together?
Morgan. The funding. The funding for it. Yeah.
Right. How they backed out of that trip.
Yeah. Morgan.
They got coronavirus.
Morgan. Yeah. Morgan was.
They got COVID. They got COVID-19. I can't believe, guys. I love you so much.
I love you too, man.
So much talking to you guys.
Hey, real quick,
I love you too, brother. But I got to go to bed.
Yeah, me too. But on that note, we should have been able to take. We should have gotten as a message. All the people on the Titanic should have gotten the message when Morgan backed out, and his reason was because he forgot his bathing suit. Everybody at that point should have known what was coming. They should have known.
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
All right. So I recommend, because a lot of the listeners don't really, haven't been exposed to this. I really do believe that you should do one show one night, and tie in Lincoln. When he, basically went to get funding for the Civil War, and how he created greenbacks.
Yeah, I've talked about that.
And they didn't like that, and so, and then the Titanic and Kennedy, with regard to how he was, trying to abolish the CIA, and I think if you did a good show on that one night, the whole history of the Titanic, Lincoln, the bastards that met on the island. What island was that?
Jekyll Island.
Jekyll, yeah.
Jekyll Island, and they planned all, the World Bank, and I think it'd be very educational to pull everybody through that.
Yep. It's the show notes are on the website, 100 Raspberries, on the IndoctriNATION.com hot zone. Yeah, I'd say I've done that quite a bit, like talked about those, but not necessarily one in particular. And I think I want to really try to get G. Edward Griffin, who wrote the book, The Creature from Jekyll Island, about the Federal Reserve Bank and the Federal Reserve Act of 1913 and the creation of the IRS at the same time, and the people that were there and how they used fake names and the whole bit. And so, The Creature from Jekyll Island, G. Edward Griffin. And so, that would be a good one to do. And Mike, your suggestion on that reminds me that I need to get back in touch with him and have him on. And I think that would be a great show just dealing with that. Like I want to talk to him about everything else that's going on. So I'd want to do at least 2 shows with him because he's just so prolific. But definitely, and it's a strong show. And I tell you, that is all tied in. I'm just showing Kevin Spacey, by the way, and how all 4 of his accusers were murdered or died. All 4, and then the 5th one backed out, or 3. Yeah, 3. Yeah. I think it was 4. I think this is the 3 or 4 of his accusers all died under mysterious circumstances, and here he is with Ghislaine Maxwell in Buckingham Palace.
A lot of people are dying lately, and if you look at all the African presidents, and recently the German virologist.
Oh yeah. Who was murdered the next day?
Yeah.
Right.
Like I watched.
We showed that whole thing.
I watched his Zoom call, and then his wife. You saw that video, right?
Oh, yeah. We showed it. We showed it here. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, good
America
stuff.
Needs to wake up.
The world needs to wake up.
Yeah, absolutely, Todd.
Yeah. Well, Mike, I'm so glad you called in, man. That's what a nice surprise. And we had a little bit more than 9 people tonight. We've been stuck on 1572 the whole night because sometimes it just gets stuck on a number, and I have no idea how many people.
What's that mean? And enter that somewhere and see what the number means.
Oh, I put it into the Q drops already, and what popped up was Sheila Jackson Lee. I think it was and it was let me see. I didn't show it to the Sneds though. 1572. Let's see. There you go. Spelling error due to mobile, because some are spelling errors. But Miss Jackson Lee, chairwoman, have a peek at her ring, just sick. And then Q says part of the club. And we were just talking about these clubs. But she's, and then that explains so much when you realize, what she's all
there
about.
There are no coincidences, man.
Yeah.
It's,
no kidding.
It's us against the bad people.
Yeah.
And, we will win.
Yeah.
The Bible tells us.
Yeah, exactly.
The Bible tells us the end of the story. But man, it's going to be a long and dusty trail.
Yeah. Well, you got a lot of great comments tonight, Mike. Maybe watch it again, and you'll see a lot of great comments on. I don't know. Where do you watch the show when you watch it? YouTube or?
Lately, I've been doing it on Twitch.
Yeah, Twitch is great. The only thing is that they don't sync my voice a lot on Twitch, and I don't understand why. You know what I mean?
It's every once in a while there's a little blink, but it's no big deal.
Yeah, half the time I rewatch on Twitch, I feel like Milli Vanilli, you know?
You're right. Girl, you know it's true. Wait a minute.
All right, man. Well, thanks for calling in, Mike. Great stuff. And, yeah, well, let's do it again. Let's do it again, man.
Hey, man, I love you guys.
Love you too, man.
I'm doing a lot of research lately. I'd love to come on again.
Cool. All right, brother. Well, have a great night, and Merry Christmas if we don't talk before then.
All right, brother.
All right. Love you,
hey,
pal.
Dave, do you mind if I'll get your phone number from Todd?
Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely.
All right, cool.
Awesome. All right, man. I'd love to catch up. All right. See you, pal.
All right, Mike. See you, brother. Love you, man.
Bye, Mike.
Good night.
That was awesome, man. What great timing on that.
Yeah, the John Wayne Gacy connection.
Dude,
Jeez.
that was unbelievable. How to pull that, in the middle of a show,
Clown show.
That's pretty
Great
clown
story,
show.
Mike.
Holy shit, right? Unbelievable. Yep. Even if you dress as Santa Claus, we still know it's you, Hillary. Oh my God. If you're not on a government watch list by now, you should be ashamed of yourself.
That's funny.
That's fantastic.
This coronavirus movie sucks. I can't believe I'm still watching it. Call it, y'all. It's so worth it. Guys, you got to call this right away. 202-225-4965. Engage, Snedheads. The Grinch's phone number. You're welcome.
Did you leave a message?
No. Can you leave a message on it? Oh, yeah. That's right. No, I didn't leave a message. I need to do that.
I was afraid I'd be on that list if I did.
I know, right? 'Twas the night before.
My phone, I think, so I'm on the list now.
Yeah, exactly. She did that intentionally.
I wondered why she said, "Hey, can I borrow your phone?" And then she started making all these threatening.
She used Todd's phone, which Cindy calls her burner phone.
That's my burner phone. That's right.
'Twas the night before Gitmo, and all through Bill's house, Hillary anxiously awaits her new orange blouse. I like that. My face when they say cold weather causes blood clots and heart attacks. Know what else is interesting? HCQ, anti-parasitic, ivermectin, zinc, D3, quercetin, anti-parasitic. See a pattern? Oh, dude, speaking of clown show.
Holy crap.
This was already in the show notes. Inflation isn't going to happen. Inflation happened, but the Fed said it is transitory. Inflation will persist, but is due to supply bottlenecks that will resolve. Bottlenecks haven't resolved. Inflation is good for the economy. Wow.
That's the truth.
Yeah. Biden. Have we tried throwing a politician into a volcano to appease the virus yet? Just saying.
Oh, wow.
There you go, my friends. And
all right.
That is tonight's show.
Brother.
I feel you, man. Thanks. Way to bring it tonight. Good stuff. Thank you, Cindy.
It's 2 a.m.
2 a.m. in Illinois.
Holy shit. Okay. Good night, all. Love you. And we'll be, wait a minute. Is today Thursday?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got a show tomorrow night. Okay.
It's Friday morning, night, day.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Awesome. All right. Good night, guys. Love you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good
Love
stuff.
y'all.
Be well.
Get out of your foxholes and fight. I'm sick of fighting by myself. Get on my side here. Come on.
You go. There you go.
Good night, all.
See ya. Bye. All right, my friends. Wow, that was cool. And great to have you call in, Mike, and Todd and Cindy. And, Todd bringing it as always. Cindy with some great news with the little ones. So, my friends, a couple things I didn't get to in the show notes tonight. It was a long show. What are we at? 12:01. What's that? 5.5 hours show. And just you can check out the show notes on the IndoctriNATION.com. And Nancy Pelosi, 2 of her staffers have resigned. We know they're leaving Kamala in mass, right? Lots of staff leaving Speaker Pelosi's office. Retirement? ? After an edifying experience working for Pelosi, for which I'm deeply grateful, I'm starting today as press secretary and speechwriter for Senator Lujan. I'm stoked to get the job done for New Mexicans. So interesting. You go from Speaker Pelosi, head of the House, to somebody I've never heard of before. That's great. So interesting. These resignations continue. And so, but yeah, check out the show notes, my friends. Obviously, we went over to Jesse a little bit, and Jordan Peterson on Joe Rogan predicting things from years ago. Evergrande, we talked about that. North Carolina parents identify over 100 book titles containing obscene content, file criminal charges against Wake County School Board. This is be who you are, and warning that the content is sexually explicit. So these are parents fighting back, folks, and getting their schools back and getting their children back. And the reason why I have it in the show notes is because it's some good news. And people of, that aren't insane are actually standing up against this. This strong black man says, hey, this is not okay. All right. This is being taught to our children in our schools. So you can dig into that a little bit more. And feminist retelling of 1984 approved by Orwell's estate. Oh gosh, this ought to be good. Russia invading Ukraine. We've got this book, the Donbass, that is encroaching on Russia, supposedly. Ukraine's playing dumb. Russia's playing dumb. We don't know who's playing who, but we do think that that Putin is now a white hat and is going to be a part of the future of humanity with the Nassar Jassara and just exposing the deep state. All right, my friends, let's do it. Let's say a quick prayer and hit the sack. Dear Lord, thanks for bringing us all together. Thank you for the good news of baby Grace and baby Ellie and Drake. And please continue to strengthen them and bless them and bring them into this world again, anew and refreshed. And we thank you for being awake. Thank you for my friend Mike, and it was great to connect with him. And please watch over Todd and Cindy and their family, and me and my family, and Mike and his family, and all the Snedheads that are having difficulty right now. Please let them know that you're with them and that you will support them, and you'll never let them be alone, and even in the darkest of night. And I'm just so grateful for this movement. I'm so grateful for the awakening, the absurdities that are happening, that are awakening so many. And we'll never go back to the world in which we once lived, with the blinders and the absolute apathy that has existed across humanity. Is a thing of the past, and we look forward to the future with goodness, with God, you, and Jesus Christ, and thy will be done. And thank you, Lord. Amen. Oh, and Lord, please watch over Jason's daughter, who is recovering from a tragic car accident. Very dangerous car accident, and please watch over her and bless her and Jason's family and all the Sneds that are having difficulty right now. Thank you, Lord. Amen. All right. All right, my friends. I am out of here. See you tomorrow night. Be well. Have a good one.